some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
you can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this. Two. What's up? What's up, friends? Hello. Hello. Check. What's up? This emote has Austin Powers, baby. Energy. Count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thanks to the Supreme Court, I no longer have to wait for "Sun's out" before placing my guns out.
Hell yeah, brother. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes the gun's attached to your body. You need full freedom to just whip that out at any time. Absolutely. Thank you, Outrun. Thank you for the 15 months resub at tier 2 and for everything you do for this community, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you also to Don Dark Zoni for the gifted sub and for all the support as well. Thank you, Don Dark Zoni. You do, in fact, have to hand it to them. Do we know this is happening as in this stream right now? Not yet. I must admit, not yet. Not yet. We'll see. I'll get there. I'll get there. I'll do a screenshot, I guess. Okay. That's saved. I took a decent screenshot the other day and I just didn't use it. He did not, in fact, get there. Ugh. Okay, we'll see. Well, listen, I know people are concerned about yet another horrific Supreme Court ruling in the United States. Especially like as gun violence is like such a hot topic. The Supreme Court seems determined to go bring things in the opposite direction. But don't worry, folks. The President of the United States is on top of it. Don't worry. I know it's a scary time. I know you can sense fascism on the horizon. I know you can sense it. But the President of the United States has your back. Biden, in a statement on the Supreme Court guns decision sent to reporters by email, I call on Americans across the country to make their voices heard on gun safety. Lives are on the line. So you heard it, folks. You heard the man. This one's on you. This one's on you. You haven't been making your voices heard loud enough, obviously. Obviously. You just need to make your voices heard a little bit more. The mighty force of the Democratic Party will keep these institutions respected, my friends. We can't hear the voices over all the gunfire. Biden is right wing, always has been, and he's happy as a clam with how things are going. I really, in all honesty, like maybe this is cope, or maybe I got duped. I really did think, though, that Biden, regardless of his long history of being like basically a right wing conservative, like you're saying, Sin Chow, I did think, just out of pure ego, he did kind of think that he could be like this new transformative FDR figure. Like, I really do think Biden and people around him were thinking like that originally. Like, with just thinking about history, not thinking about his long career as being a right-wing conservative. But just like, we can do all the things that Obama didn't do. Everyone will remember me as being this big transformative hero. I thought just on that level, just like on that cynical level, not that they believe in these things or that they changed their minds. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that I thought that Biden or anyone changed their minds about the political program. I thought maybe just out of pure ego, they might just try and do some stuff. Out of pure narcissism. Because that's the amazing thing, is that his own legacy is just destroyed now. Which didn't have to happen, you know, but it's just, it's the way she's going. Turns out he did what he always does. I didn't expect it to be nearly as terrible. Yeah, it's been worse than expected on pretty much every level. And I had extremely low expectations. I had extraordinarily low expectations, and it's been significantly worse than I imagined. I actually have a couple things we can get into about this. He pulled out of Afghanistan, but replaced it with Ukraine. That's right. He pulled out of Afghanistan probably because they knew this was coming too, because they were planning their own offensive as well. That's right. We pulled out of Afghanistan and then we turned Ukraine into Afghanistan. We were going to miss being involved in this kind of like never-ending civil war, proxy civil war. We were getting a little lonely. We were getting a little sad. We weren't able to do that anymore. So we pulled out of Afghanistan and we simply turned Ukraine into Afghanistan. You're welcome, everybody. And then we blamed all the consequences on Putin. What I simply cannot understand is why this divisive leader isn't more popular. This is the kind of thing that I wanted to get to next. I tweeted about this last night. But it's truly, truly amazing to me. Truly. That you have these, like, you know, kind of blue check liberals or like the, you know, Democratic Party strategists or researchers or whatever that are just looking around right now. And they're looking at each other. They're looking around at what's going on in America. They're reading the poll numbers. They're looking at the headlines. They're making the connections. And they're just scratching their heads going, what is going on here? Why does no one like this guy? What is happening? And these people get paid very well, very handsomely, you know? A lot of these people are making like 6-figure salaries to be the experts on this kind of stuff. And I really don't even think they're faking it. Like, I think it's honest. That's the amazing thing. That's the truly amazing thing. They're looking around going, what? This isn't right. Look at these poll numbers. They're underwater. He's less popular than Trump. What? And they're so confused, aren't they? We said all the good words. Weren't you listening? Didn't you see our platform that we ran on? Isn't that enough? It's really amazing. Like, it really is. They're genuinely flabbergasted. It's really incredible, honestly. They're looking around and they're just perplexed. They're perplexed. I mean, it's the silly thing about covering this stuff for the last couple of years as well. Just because it's like, obviously I'm not the only person who's saying this, but like every single random leftist podcaster and Twitch streamer and shit poster and average, like, just dumbass stoner weirdo, every single one knew exactly how this was going to go, could have explained to all these powerful strategists exactly what was going to happen, and in fact did and tried to, as I did. Tried to explain to people in no uncertain terms exactly what was going to happen. Exactly why Joe Biden was the absolute worst person to elect to lead the Democratic Party at the exact wrong moment in history. We were very clear about all this and what kind of a program it would take to overcome this like rising wave of reaction that's threatening now to sweep over the entire country. Every single one of us were very, very clear and were about exactly what was going to happen if they nominated Joe Biden. And literally everything has played out precisely as everyone predicted. Me, you, every single low listener podcast or random Twitch streamer, every single person has been proven 100% correct. And there's people that, again, are paid very handsomely to understand these trends and these concepts. And they're just looking around at each other right now. They just can't believe it. They just cannot believe it. What is going on here? My brother in Christ, where are all the people that were going to push him left? Eventually, people are going to have to let go of this strategy. We can push this lifelong right-wing conservative left as soon as we give him all the power. Oh, shit, oh fuck, I'm running to the ballot box right now. You haven't made your voices heard enough, obviously. And that it's weird to me. It's like I'm honestly having like a dissociative moment. I'm just wondering like what reality these people are living in. I genuinely do not get it. I want to talk about this a little bit, and then we do have some other stuff to get into. We've got a possible beef situation. I don't want to alarm anybody. I don't want to alarm any of you. We do have a possible beef brewing. Okay? I'm just warning you ahead of time. Content warning. Content warning. We got a possible beef on the horizon. Vote for Stacey Abrams. She's going to save the Democratic Party. Yeah. Again, like when it comes to Hillary or Stacey Abrams, two people that are held up as like the powerful girl boss women leaders that everyone needs to be listening to and taking cues from. Both of them, in the weeks following a highly publicized incident in which an extremely well-funded and militarized police station in Uvalde, Texas, literally just hung around outside a classroom while dozens of children were murdered, and did not make any effort to stop the horrific mass murder from happening, despite the door not even being locked. All the excuses that were given immediately following have completely evaporated now that there's actual scrutiny because cops lie all the time. In the weeks following this horrific, highly public example of exactly what these heavily funded, heavily militarized police actually bring to these situations, when there's nationwide international outrage about this kind of lack of action and the way, and a renewed discussion about how these police departments across the country do take up such huge chunks of every single city budget across the country in both Canada and the United States. It takes some real political geniuses, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams, to come out in the weeks following this, while there's this genuine popular outrage about this, and say, oh, by the way, we need to fund the police even more. We're losing because of defund the police activists. These are the fucking political geniuses that people say we were meant to listen to about this. Just listen to Stacey Abrams. She's going to get she's going to get Democrats elected. Again, this is still during an ongoing nationwide outrage about one of these heavily funded police departments. You have both Hillary Clinton coming out and saying, no, we need to fund the police more. And then we have Stacey Abrams. Law enforcement are often paid less than a living wage, and that is wrong. We must pay for officers and address violent crime as we work to build community trust and foster law enforcement accountability. We'll just pay them even more, and then that's going to make them more accountable, you see. In her state, they're literally making a cop city. That's right. This is a Democratic Party that was elected in the wake of massive nationwide protests against police violence. Protests that night after night, there were dozens of examples on video of heavily militarized, highly funded, highly trained reactionary stormtroopers beating the shit out of unarmed protesters, shooting them with rubber bullets, shooting them with tear gas, arresting them en masse, beating journalists. That's what led to the Biden administration being elected, and this is the messaging that's been since the whole last 2 years of it. Pay police more. Pay police more. Defund the police is costing us elections. And this is across the party leadership. This is their message. So not only with the George Floyd protests, but with the recent tragedy of Uvalde fresh in everyone's mind, nationwide outrage about the police. And you have Stacey Abrams saying that they're paid less than a living wage, which is not true. In what world is that accurate? Like, that's not, in no way is that accurate whatsoever. In terms of like public servants, they're some of the highest paid public servants. Especially when you factor in, it's basically like a make work overtime scam. That's basically all the police is. It doesn't actually do anything to limit crime. It's just a make work overtime scam for these fucking like aggressive testosterone fueled fascists. And you have Stacey Abramson saying, "Oh, they're paid less than a living wage." We'll get to the beef situation, okay? We'll get to that. And here's the people that I'm talking about. Here's the people that I'm talking about. We've set the stage a little bit for like what the, and this is just talking about the police. You can get into like climate, COVID response, social spending, all the other things like marijuana, all these different factors that are extremely important to young people. And now you've got guys like this, Will Stancil, who does metro policy research focused on fair housing, school integration, and demography. Will Stancil is just, he's looking at the poll numbers and he just can't believe it. He cannot believe what's going on. Biden's approval rating among the youngest voters is 25% in the latest Quinnipiac poll, the lowest of any group but Republicans, and 30 points underwater. Somehow his obliteration among this huge progressive group has merited scarcely a word of press coverage. Lo and behold, young people not really too impressed with the old Joe Biden administration. This guy can't believe it. It's all the more frustrating because we genuinely don't have a good explanation for it. Will. Listen, I don't want to be mean to Will Stancil. I don't know. Like, I'm sure he's a nice guy. But Will, come on, sir. We genuinely don't have a good explanation for it, this man says. Will. All those TikTok influencers didn't hold up their part of the bargain. That must be it. Biden's approval is 9 points lower than Trump's among young voters in the exact same poll 4 years ago. That makes no sense if this is about policy. People are going to yell at me and say, this makes perfect sense. Biden is such a disappointment. Yes, actually. And yes, I can see why it's more disappointing to have a guy that you don't like just doing things that you don't like, that you didn't support and didn't vote for, versus a guy that you did vote for that made explicit promises to your group, your like community, your group of your demographic. This guy studies demographics, apparently. There's a big difference, I think, when someone that comes along and makes these promises about climate. It's the most progressive administration ever. It's the biggest climate agenda ever. We're gonna rein in police violence. We're gonna, whatever else. There's a big difference between someone you don't like failing to deliver anything for you and someone that you voted for that made explicit promises to you, systematically breaking each and every promise. Yeah, the 2K checks. Thank you. The very simple first thing, vote for us and you get a 2K check. Vote for us and we will send you a 2K check. Couldn't be more explicit. And then you get in there, it's like, we didn't say 2K checks. Like, even though there's actual evidence, like there's video evidence of them saying just that. Yeah, it's a known shitbag versus duplicitous shitbag that promised he'd be otherwise. COVID's over. I mean, more people have died under Biden of COVID than Trump. But again, this Will Stancil is just perplexed. But in policy terms, it simply doesn't add up, because no matter how annoyed young progressives are about student debt or anything else, Trump was dramatically worse. And we got that news story the other day about, Biden's thinking about canceling some student debt. So what? Do you like him now? He's thinking about, well, where is that? So far that is not material. That was like 3 weeks ago. That they said, yeah, we're thinking about doing that. So far, nothing. Maybe they'll forgive up to $1,000 of debt for some people or whatever. Great. It was like one of those radio scams for $100,000. Yeah. Young people quite obviously have strong negative feelings about Biden that aren't being driven by policy, but something else. Oh, okay. It's social media and TikTok, you dopes. The kids are absorbing nonstop negative messages about Biden 24/7 through social media and TikTok. These goddamn kids, they be on their phones too much. That must be it. That's the issue here. Kids be on their phones. It is like that. You have to have read the White House blog to know that Biden is much better president than he seems. I think what he meant to say is that he personally forgives you for having debt. Not that he'd do anything about it. I hope this clears up the confusion. Or, listen, no one has been screwed over more than younger people by Obamacare also, right? Like Obamacare did one positive thing, which is it allowed younger people to stay on their parents' health care insurance plans for a longer time than normal, right? But for everyone else that's outside of that bubble, and correct me if I'm wrong here, if you're a younger person, like an older millennial or younger in the chat, most people's premiums have skyrocketed. The premiums they have to pay for insurance that they don't use, and when they do try and use it, doesn't actually cover any of the things that they need it for. So young people are shouldering that burden. And Biden said, what was the whole idea about Obamacare? No, it's not public health care, of course, but it's this step in the right direction. And now it's been 12 fucking years. There's been no step. Biden campaigned on, okay, well, we're going to improve. We're not going to have Medicare for all, but we'll improve Obamacare. And we'll maybe have a public option for that. So you can have a public insurance option rather than all exclusively private. Where is that? I've heard no word about this. I've heard not one word about a possible public option. Premium, you have to have insurance to have premiums. Yeah. Imagine these lucky people that have premiums. So this guy says he hasn't kept campaign promises, student debt relief, voting rights, and younger people see through the neoliberal policies. Candidate Biden was a band-aid at best to keep Trump from a second term. And he says propaganda works on other people, but my group is evaluating all the facts on the ground and arriving at a conclusion. The amazing thing about this, while he's giving people, ironically, the "you are not immune to propaganda" spiel right now. He's saying, oh, you've just been influenced by anti-Biden propaganda. But the possibility that Will himself, that Mr. Stancil himself, has been himself influenced by propaganda, by neoliberal propaganda, that, of course, is not ever a possibility, right? No, not me. These young people are just influenced by they're claimed to be disappointed by Biden's lack of action on all these issues, like this number of different issues. They're not only mad, though, because of anti-Biden propaganda, but of course me, Will Stancil, of course I'm immune to propaganda myself. Of course I would never be influenced by any kind of neoliberal propaganda on coming from the state, coming from the media apparatus. Of course not. Me, Will Stancil, I'm personally immune to propaganda. It's these damn teens and kids that think that they hate Biden because he didn't pass these important pieces of legislation that he suggested that he would. Really, they're the ones that are just being influenced by this stream, this nonstop stream on TikTok of anti-Biden propaganda. Starts the thread by saying he can't explain it, ends the thread by saying young people can't think critically. Yeah. I'm begging people to think about how a group consensus forms. There's an idea. Biden sucks and doesn't do anything for us. It bounces around in an echo chamber. It spreads. We see it on the right on a weekly basis. And it's the easiest explanation for Biden's youth collapse. But he's not challenging, though, this basic suggestion. He's just saying, he's hand-waving this away as propaganda. Biden, this basic concept, Biden sucks and doesn't do anything for us. And he's like, there's no way that anyone could believe this normally. They must be influenced by this echo chamber. This echo chamber propaganda. That's the only possible explanation here, folks. That's the only possible explanation here. How could anyone believe this? That Biden sucks and doesn't do anything for us? Completely preposterous. It must be because of this nonstop stream of anti-Biden propaganda. And you know who's behind that? Putin, by the way. I don't know if he's going to get there in this thread, but I think that's the boogeyman that's lingering behind all this. Where is this stream of anti-Biden propaganda coming from? I think we all know where Will thinks it's coming from. I think we all know the answer to that question. Right? I don't know if he's going to get there in this thread, but I think he knows. Will Stancil is literally the Principal Skinner meme. Am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. Exactly. It's the exact same thing. He's doing that exact same thing. Biden's general lameness has led to, and this is how he describes Biden's complete failure to pass his own agenda. His general lameness. That's how he uses those two words to describe the reality of Biden completely failing to deliver on every single one of his main campaign platforms, particularly the ones that he made to young people, the ones that especially young people care about. The climate, drug laws, student debt. That's what he refers to as general lameness. Has led to echo chamber style memes and denunciations on youth-oriented social media, which has transformed ground-level grumbling and disgruntlement to a massive majority consensus that he is terrible, even among those politically aligned with them. But who's politically aligned with him, though? That's the question. This is this bullshit where Will Stancil thinks just because someone has something in a platform means that they believe in it or means that they have any intention of fighting for it, or that they're politically aligned with people that actually support these policies just by writing it in a platform or talking about it in a campaign. They're not. That's the whole fucking point, Will. They're not politically aligned with them. If they were politically aligned with him, they would support him. It's very clear from his own actions that that is not the case. That they're not politically aligned in any way. Like, people are trying to reason with this guy. Official fake gamer bot says, I think this is part of the story, but I don't think you can separate his low approval rating with young voters from his repeated political failures on every issue young voters care about, climate and student debt in particular. And Will says, yes, these things matter, but even with these failures, it doesn't make sense that Biden would be less popular among very Democratic youth than GOP-leaning elderly. The difference is that the two groups are plugged into different information streams. It just doesn't make sense. Like, and that's the thing. The guy says, perhaps the reason he's unpopular is because he's failed to deliver on every issue young voters care about. And look at that. Yes, these things matter, but Will, you're so close, Will. You're so close to getting this. Yes, these things matter, but. No, there's no but. That's the end of the story. That's the solution. That's the answer you're looking for. That's the key to this mystery, Will. That's the answer. You can't just wave your hands and wave it away from wave it away from yourself. Hand wave it away. You don't have to do this, man. Come on. It does make sense, Will. Oh my gosh. Older Democrats are largely getting information about Biden from more traditional TV news sources, and that information is rather mixed. Young people are largely getting information from youth-oriented sources, and that information is just resoundingly negative. Why, Will, why is it negative? Will, why is it negative? Why? We just went over this in the previous tweet, Will. You quote tweeted it. Why is the information just resoundingly negative, Will? Think, Will, think. The answer is right in front of you. You literally just had it right. It was in your grasp. It was in your grasp in that previous tweet, and you lost it. It slipped through your fingers. Why is the information from these youth-oriented sources resoundingly negative? I don't understand how people can exist in the same country as Fox News and not realize where you get your news is an overwhelming determinant of your political beliefs, or that this dynamic might apply to other news sources. So again, he's just blaming the whole phenomenon on young people, again, not critically thinking, getting their news from youth-oriented sources. But he's not actually disputing, he doesn't actually dispute this. His repeated political failures on every issue young voters care about. He's not actually disputing that. He's just suggesting that they're getting their news through these youth-oriented sources and that it's resoundingly negative. Will, that's why it's negative, though. It's right here. It's right here for you, sir. Why is this so difficult to understand? No, Rob, this is a perplexing mystery that I will heavily imply is due to foreign interference from countries we don't like. And again, he never goes there.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Dan, thank you for the raid, sir. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan Simpson. Welcome, Raiders. Bring it in here. We're just trying to unravel the mystery. We're trying to unravel the mystery of why young people just don't like that Joe Biden guy. Young people across America fucking hate this guy. And it's so perplexing. It's so perplexing and confusing to our friends that are Democratic Party loyalists and strategists and analysts and researchers. They just don't get it. They don't understand why, and neither do we, frankly. It's a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Why don't young people like this guy? As this one tweet says, perhaps it's because of his repeated political failures on every issue young voters care about. And Will Stancil here, he's been crunching the numbers. Not convinced. He's not convinced that it's Biden's systematic failure to address any single issue that matters to young people. This man just doesn't get it. Will Stancil. They just snapped their fingers and sent $50 billion of javelins to Ukraine, while they're still sitting around and thinking about the whole student debt issue. They're still sitting around and thinking and talking about the student debt issue. Of course, they just snapped their fingers and send $50 billion worth of missiles to neo-Nazis in Ukraine. But they really have to have a long think about the student debt issue, which of course is never going to happen now, because now there's even more pressure on Biden not to do any social spending, now that this narrative about inflation and social spending has fully taken hold amongst all the liberal brains. Thank you, Dan. Thanks again for the stream. Take care. This meme about social spending causing inflation has now taken hold amongst all these powerful liberal brains. So there will be no more of that. Because now that they know that if they cancel student debt, that's going to be framed as being the cause of inflation. Well, of course, spending $50 billion on Javelin missiles for neo-Nazis, that, of course, doesn't contribute to inflation when the government spends money on that. Remember? It's only social spending that causes the inflation. Not all spending. Certainly not defense spending. Certainly not spending on the police when the government spends money on that. But helping people pay their bills, pay their rent, get groceries, pay down their student debt, all that stuff, that overheats the economy, you see. It overheats the economy. I'm very smart. I've taken Economics 101. I'm basically a fucking genius, and I understand this now. Anytime the government spends $1 on like helping people out, that causes inflation. But it's just a complete mystery to Will here about why young people just don't seem to like this Joe Biden guy. It's got to be his lack of Fortnite dancing and MCU referencing, right? Yeah. Well, they're going to get him on TikTok for the election. This is what's going to put him over the top now. He's going to be like doing a dance and like pointing to different things on the screen about all the things that he did for young people. Missiles to Ukraine. More money to police. It's non-inflationary police dollars. That's right. That's how that works. Spending on javelins is inflation neutral because they usually kill a few people. Yeah, that makes sense a little bit. That makes sense. So yeah, I think even if there was a possibility that they might throw like a bone to students that under that kind of debt, some kind of like means tested up to 10,000 thing, like even if they were to do that at one point, I think that's probably off the table now. The best thing Biden has done for me is fall off that bike. That was pretty funny. Pumping trillions into Wall Street at the start of the pandemic is not related to inflation. No, of course not. When you have these fucking CEOs literally just bragging right now about the record profits that they're making, no one's putting two and two together. They're charging more for their goods and services, and they're making record profits. Perhaps they could charge less. This is a crazy idea here. This is a really crazy idea, but perhaps... I don't know. I'm not an expert. But imagine if some of these companies, oil and gas companies in particular, what if, hear me out here, what if they just charged slightly less for their products and then made slightly less profit as a result? And the CEOs and the shareholders made slightly less money. What about that? Has anyone thought about that? Is that a possibility, do you think? Or is it that we have to keep wages low and social spending low? The price of oil being flat for decades while boss oil man takes home 300% profits is not inflation. No, yeah, of course. You don't want the market to be free. That's how God made it. Well, ironically, I mean, it's not free. And I know that's not what you're saying, Evolve Peace, but like, ironically, a heavily subsidized industry like the oil industry is the polar opposite of a free market economy. When these oil companies are fucking subsidized to the tune of billions of dollars per year, that's actually very far from being a free market economy. Rob wants to kill small businesses. Man. I don't know, folks. It's just a mystery, though. This whole Joe Biden thing, what a mystery. That's the most infuriating part. It's like a non-starter, even with lib friends. Yeah, like, that's the amazing thing, Old Dutch. The way how many people have internalized this basic idea about this like economics 101 understanding of how the economy works. It's kind of crazy how the government has so much leverage against these companies and still hasn't thought of just telling them to stop increasing prices. And you literally have Biden like asking. He's going hand in hand like fucking Jack Lemmon and Glengarry Glen Ross. Going to the oil company executives. Well, sir, if you could just let me in out the rain, I'd be happy to have a little conversation with you about your oil prices. Oh, if you don't mind. Well, won't you please think about dropping your oil prices, sir? Or he's trying to get tough with them. We are asking very strongly that you stop earning these profits. He's literally the president. Like, they can control whether these things happen. He's literally the president. Stop earning record profits. And they're just like, no. And then he doesn't do anything. Public health sector, that's for closers. Pretty amazing. Didn't tweet that I'm live. Probably wouldn't have been a good idea to have that whole last segment. By the way, folks, while I have your attention, I know a bunch of you have bought merch for the show, which is very cool. I love seeing people wearing the TRRS merch, like you can see I'm wearing today. There is another merch sale going on right now, so if you do want merch, if you missed out on the initial sale and you want to get merch for this show, you can click that link right there and get the merch. It's on sale for the next at least like day and a half, I'm pretty sure. So if you want to buy merch, that's where you can do it. And we have more coming soon as well. Where's my pay pig to get me merch? I feel like someone in the community should have come through with that already, Marina. I'm going to pick up one of those Russo Institute t-shirts because I am fashion, I am the moment. Hell yeah, G Kleppy. I actually ordered one a couple weeks ago. It's really weird with the shipping. Like, my initial order of merch from TeePublic came like in a few days, and then there's other stuff that I ordered like 3 weeks ago and it still hasn't got here. I don't understand the logic behind it. Marina, if you DM me, I will get you some complimentary merch, okay? And that's exclusive to Marina because Marina's an influential content creator. Okay? No one get any ideas about this. Are we going to hear about the beef soon? I'm afraid I have to bounce soon. I guess we can. I guess we can talk about the beef update. Is that what we're going to do now? I suppose so. So a little bit of a content warning, folks, for people that are allergic to beef. It's actually a good opportunity to get into a whole other subject that I have avoided talking about. Not like intentionally. I didn't intentionally avoid it, but it just hasn't really come up, and I kind of forgot about it. We're getting talked about, folks. This show is moving on up. This show is getting talked about now. On all corners of the World Wide Web. I'm going to turn off the music for this. Now we're getting serious. Talking about this. This was months ago. And really, like, from what I've seen about this, I didn't watch the whole clip or whatever when this came up. This is a way that, like, Haz is using to delegitimize criticism of the, like, trucker protests, which of course Haz enthusiastically supported. As you remember, I did speak with Jay Watts about that. We did a segment on that to talk about to criticize these trucker protests and to talk about this weird movement of patriotic socialists that were lecturing us and encouraging us to support this movement. And, you know, I guess the first thing I would say about this is that nothing that has happened with Jay over the last couple of weeks with Jay Watts and the really, like, disappointing and gross behavior that Jay Watts was accused of and which has caused this huge controversy, nothing about that changes the overall analysis of that trucker protest. I did a lot of coverage of those trucker protests. I stand by all the coverage and everything that was said. Nothing about Jay's shitty behavior or the way that Jay has acted, which is indeed extremely gross, extremely disappointing. Nothing about the way he has acted changes the actual analysis of what we were talking about at that time. For those who aren't terminally online, what did Jay Watts do? Well, Jay was the central organizer for the Communist Party, and I believe still is right now, the Communist Party of Canada. He's been a guest on the show a couple times during the oath occupation, of course. A few weeks ago, during the Ontario election, he's been on my podcast before. Like, it's part of the reason this whole incident has been extremely depressing, because I felt like I had gotten to know Jay a little bit. I really did appreciate his perspective on a lot of these issues. And it's made it an extremely, he did resign. Okay. It has made it an extremely, like, depressing situation as he's been accused of, sexually harassing a young comrade that he was, organizing with, like, on a professional capacity as a party member. A younger comrade made repeated advances that were rebuffed and were not listened to, made a young comrade feel extremely uncomfortable and not even want to be in the party, and has caused this massive rift because, as it came out, the party leadership kind of circled the wagons around Jay and kind of tried to protect him, even despite the role that he was playing in making a really sort of toxic environment for young people in the party and making younger people in the party, for which there's been a lot of growth over the last couple of months, making younger people in the party feel uncomfortable, feel not safe, feel like if there's complaints that they're not going to be listened to. It's caused this huge rift. It's been a really, really depressing and awful episode. And again, it just, especially coming from someone that I had respect for, just really disappointing and shitty behavior all around, handled very, very poorly by the Central Committee of the Communist Party, from my understanding. And it sucks. It really sucks. I don't think, frankly, I don't want to get too into it. You know, I'm not a member of the party. I don't really feel it's my place to be relentlessly commenting on this. I don't want to start any more controversy about this. I don't think it's really being handled well by pretty much anyone at the moment. I'm not sure this, like, highly public online war is the best way to deal with these situations either. I just think no one involved in that right now is coming across looking very good, in my opinion. But the reality is the whole problem started with Jay's unacceptable and disappointing behavior, and the Central Committee's lack of ability to protect and create a welcoming space for, like, young comrades, especially people of color, in the party. That's the ultimate reality of it. So now we have Haz, former Twitch streamer Haz, who Okay, Cherokee, I just explained it. I'm sure there's another explainer out there somewhere. I just finished explaining it. So then you have Haz, who by the way, when Haz was removed from, I would just like to point this out in case anyone ever watches this clip from that community, or whatever. I would just like to point out, I'm not a really big fan of Haz, don't particularly like the guy, but I will point out that when Haz was removed from Twitch as part of this like Russian disinformation campaign being led by these like NGO-backed think tanks, as you'll remember, I logged here onto Twitch and defended him and others that were being caught up in that, regardless of the fact that I don't particularly care for them. And I think they make incredibly ridiculous, nonsensical. They hold these ridiculous, nonsensical positions, like lecturing us to support fascist trucker convoys. Not a big fan of the guy, but I did, when he was being caught up in this web of Russian disinformation censorship, I did log on here and point out that was not something that anyone should be supporting. But anyway, Haz, of course, had a lot of opinions about this trucker convoy. He was lecturing all us Canadians for being fake socialists, for not supporting this spontaneous working class uprising. That's obviously not something that I agreed with. And I had Jay on in this segment to break it down. And now Haz is using the controversy around Jay to kind of like delegitimize the entire argument that I and others were making about these trucker convoys, that we should not be supporting as a socialist. We shouldn't be supporting these crypto-fascist movements who have zero interest in working with us at all politically. And I also made a challenge to Haz and others to come and start talking to these people themselves and walking the walk with this, which of course wasn't answered or addressed to. So now you have Haz sharing these clips of Jay on my show talking about this. And from what I understand, I think this was mostly, I don't think I was really the subject of this in my understanding. It was more using Jay and Jay's arguments and the shitty behavior that Jay has been accused of as a way to delegitimize the entire argument that I and others were making about this.
Like for a segment of the people from the States who are clamoring for this sort of like engage with these people, that like, I don't know, maybe a month and maybe 2 months ago or something, these same people were talking about, how the importance of being patriotic socialists, how it wasn't necessarily so right-wing to like hate your country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They've jumped really, really quickly from that to like, oh, look at this actual like thing organized by the ultra-right / fascists. You should really go support it.
And listen, again, Jay's behavior, the things that the inappropriate and disappointing and gross behavior Jay was accused of, doesn't change the fact that argument is still correct. I'm sorry to say. That argument is still absolutely correct. And in fact, like I even thought, like, oh, should I take down segments that I've done with Jay? He's been on this show before. I've done podcast episodes with him. Like I've said, I've spent time talking to Jay and getting to know him a little bit, which is what made this so, I think, gross and disappointing. But at the same time, it's like, no, I'm not going to take shit down. I'm not going to pretend that I never had any association with him. And I don't think anything that he's been accused of actually changes the fact that this argument is still correct, and that Haz and others are being huge dumbasses for lecturing us about not supporting these far-right trucker movements that are backed by like right-wing oligarchs and the far right, who are literally anti-communist. The argument that people like Haz make about these like trucker convoys as well is that they're like, oh, you just want to cut off everyone from the working class that doesn't share your beliefs, right? You just want to cut off everyone from the working class that's not perfectly woke or doesn't have that's socially conservative. And the fact is that's not true. And we talked about this in the context of these rail strikes in the UK right now. And when you look at the makeup and the characteristics of these like working class rail workers that are striking right now and making these powerful arguments about class, if you look into their beliefs, I'm sure there's a wide variety of different beliefs and reactionary beliefs and things that we don't agree with and things that we think are bad. But when these people are working to like build class consciousness and strike and bring these ideas about power and profit into the mainstream, that's something that we should support regardless of any reactionary beliefs that these like union guys may happen to have. And I agree with that. We shouldn't just be discounting every single person in these working class movements that has reactionary beliefs. That's not what the trucker convoy was, though. It wasn't people that were organizing to build class consciousness. It wasn't people that were striking or occupying Ottawa to raise working class people's wages or demand back or to raise awareness of the immense amount of profit that was being stolen by the absolute wealthiest people in the country. That's not what they were about. It was literally about this fake conspiracy theory about vaccine mandates and accusing Justin Trudeau of being some kind of Stalinist. It's completely based in right-wing fantasy nonsense, bankrolled by extremely powerful billionaires and right-wing interests. These were not like working class people. This wasn't, as these guys repeatedly said, this was not some kind of working class, authentic working class uprising. Even when you get into the class characteristics of the caravan or whatever, and how all these guys were petty bourgeois, small business owners themselves. These shitty anti-communist small business owners were clearly worthy of support. So that's my point. I don't think that we should go into these working class union movements and fucking immediately purge anyone that doesn't hold these very specific set of progressive social beliefs. I don't think that. And if you look at these union movements, which Haas has come out as saying like unions are bad and shouldn't be supported anyways. That's how much he cares about working class movements. So no, I don't think that we should just purge every single one of these movements of anyone that doesn't meet this exact strict definition of what we expect people's social beliefs to be. I don't think that, but that's not what the trucking convoy was. Anyway, so this is when he gets into this like pseudo academic, just complete. He says Jay Watts is what you call a Terran Vivek socialist, basically soaked down professionals who are being groomed by party leadership to take the reins of power. They're rotten to the core. And there is an element about that, about Jay's connection to the Communist Party of leadership. But again, none of that, nothing that Jay's been accused of, or none of his connection to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Canada actually dilutes the argument that I was making throughout my hours and hours of coverage of this event, or what was happening in this conversation with Jay. And as you know, you have Haas using this clip as an example of, just the argument automatically being wrong because of who's making it, while you'll notice doesn't seem to have any actual response for what I say in this clip. That's my challenge that I'm laying down to our friends in the patriotic socialist movement. Come on up here and talk with these folks. I'd be more than happy to see that.
I think it's more likely that they'll find that they have a lot in common, and they'll probably find the socialist element of their politics dropping away a lot quicker than the patriotic.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, Jay. So yeah, nothing. Again, I'll repeat: nothing that Jay has been accused of, nothing the unprofessional and disappointing and gross behavior Jay was accused of, actually changes the reality that the argument that I was making during this segment, or that he was making in this interview, was still fundamentally correct. And Haas doesn't actually have responses to any of these questions. He doesn't actually respond to any of the arguments made in this clip. We're just supposed to automatically assume that it's incorrect because the person making them in this particular segment has been accused of horrible behavior. Yeah, I think the use of the language is intentional as well. Yeah. So again, no actual response. Like when I said very clearly, this is my challenge to our patriotic socialist friends, which is to come to Canada and actually talk to these people. Of course, Haas and no one else was actually interested in doing that. They were only interested in lecturing us about supporting this authentic working class movement. And in both of these clips that this guy shared, none of the actual arguments that were being made were addressed in any way. This guy, is he left leaning or what? He's ostensibly a Marxist-Leninist who takes some anti-imperialist stances while basically encouraging us to join up with and work with the most reactionary crypto-fascist elements in our society. So you can fill in the blanks there yourself. Are we talking about Haas? Well, I mean, I try not to talk about other streamers on here. I try to avoid beefs personally. I like having productive conversations and discussions. But because this show was clipped on one of his streams, or that he talked about on Twitter, I'm now responding to the statements that were being made, and referencing also my relationship with Jay Watts, who's been he's now the center of all kinds of controversy in regards to the Communist Party of Canada. Him and Vosh and all these others do the exact same bullshit. They don't care about actual change. They just care about maintaining their grift. They're dividing the left, and that's it. No, their impact isn't really that much in the grand scheme. Yeah, well, that's the thing is that not yet, but I think Haas does seem like someone that has grander designs, whether it's delusional or not, I don't know, but does have larger designs about having some kind of power and influence within he's part of some whole like factionalist thing in the Communist Party USA. This whole like kind of factionalist plot to take over the Communist Party USA. Whether that will be successful or whether that's delusional, I'm not going to speak to that, but who knows? But yeah, I would say both him and Vosh as well seem to like a lot of the time be operating not out of any kind of principle, but based on like what their perceived online enemies makes them the most mad, which is that's not like a political program that can have any kind of longevity. When you're basing your beliefs on like who the people that you don't like online, what makes them the most triggered. I don't think that's like that's not really a way to talk about, a political program or to talk about any of these issues. Why are these I'm a fascist and a leftist wackos starting to crawl out from the floorboards? I think they almost have to be bad faith in general. I mean, I've got a few theories. I'm not sure. I don't totally know. A lot of these guys like Haas and like Jackson Hinkle seem to really come out of nowhere with all of a sudden big platforms, or someone like Jackson Hinkle who's like, I had never fucking heard of this guy, and all of a sudden he's like, I'm this blue check mark. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. While also making these arguments about why we need to ally with these like fascist movements. I think it might have something to do with the current rise of fascism that's going on right now. That has something to do with it. Sometimes I think that there's certain individuals that are meant to take certain foreign policy stances and make them as toxic as possible to be associated with, perhaps intentionally. I think that might have something to do with it. I don't know. Perhaps they're just weirdos that like to yell online. Perhaps it's as simple as that. Perhaps that's the simplest explanation. Anyway, nothing, I'll just reiterate, I've said this a couple times, but I just want to reiterate, nothing that has happened with respect to Jay Watts over the last couple of weeks with any of the horrible behavior that he was accused of, or any of the controversy about the Communist Party of Canada protecting Jay, or any of that stuff negates the argument that I and others, including Jay, were making while this fascist occupation was going on, and while he's using Jay's behavior as a way to delegitimize these arguments, hasn't actually responded to anything that was being said in this video by me or by Jay. I think that's all for the beef. Do we need to talk about this more? Like I said, I didn't want to do a big thing about the Jay thing just because it's depressing and like it just sucks. You know, it just sucks. But like I said, I'm not gonna like get rid of any segments that I've done with Jay or pretend that we didn't have any association. Like it's not true. And the fact that I was feeling like I was developing a bit of a relationship with Jay, or that I was getting to know him a bit, has made it all the more, I think, gross and disappointing to read about the type of the behavior that he's been accused of. I appreciate you taking the time to break this down. I have to get going. Can't wait to tune back in later. Thank you, Evolve Peace. Thank you. You can reach me, Yuri, on Discord or on Twitter DM. Hopefully, you can get through the beef and back to the subversion. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Again, I don't usually talk about other streamers or anything people have said, but if people are gonna share clips of this show and try and delegitimize arguments that I was making about certain things, which I do stand by, I'm gonna talk about it on the show. I try to avoid the drama and the beef and the Twitch stuff. You know, that's not really appealing to me. But sometimes it's necessary. If you are watching the stream for the first time or you want to support the show, remember you can indeed subscribe to this program for $5 per month. You can get all the emotes that we've got on this channel, or you can subscribe with your Twitch Prime subscription, your free Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime subscription. Just putting that out there as well. If you want to support this good content rather than all this bad content that's supporting out there, that's how you do it. And that's how this content stays on the air. Do you think we should move on from the CPC? I don't really know, to be honest. Again, I'm not a member of the party.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you. I'm not a member of the party. You know, I don't really know. I think a lot is going to just be determined over the next couple of weeks. I know there's a convention coming up. There does seem to be obviously a big rift forming. There's a lot of people that I know that are connected to the party that I think are great people. So I think I wouldn't advise anyone to give up on anything or to do anything, but just to kind of see how what happens with the leadership situation over the next couple of weeks. And everyone can make their own personal decision about whether they feel it's a worthwhile endeavor to put time and effort and energy into organizing this party. Teachers are very, very much working class. They look after all your kids as you work for far less than they deserve on a shoestring budget. Anyone that says something as insane as they're not working class should be covered in tar and feathers, then chased out of town. Well, that was the whole frustrating thing about that whole convoy, right? Where it's just like, we're supposed to believe that these like people that just take 4 weeks off work to drive their like six-figure Dodge Rams across the country to park in Ottawa and have like hot tub parties in the street while complaining about non-existent lockdowns or non-existent vaccine mandates. We're supposed to believe that they're working class and we need to support them. But of course, Starbucks workers that are working in the area getting screamed at, hearing honking all the fucking time, retail workers, nurses, teachers, they're of course not working class, but we must support the authentic working class movement of these fucking truck driving pieces of shit. That was the basic argument behind that, which I continue to not agree with, regardless of anything that has happened with Jay Watts over the last couple of weeks. It really is a black eye for that party, and especially how they responded to these accusations. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the tragedy of it, right? Is just that the party was growing a lot for the first time in like a generation. It's growing especially with younger people and younger immigrants and people of color. And it's like, with that energy going on in the party, to then blow this kind of a situation to this extent, to the point that younger people and no longer feel safe or comfortable organizing with the party. It's just like a horror. It's just like, couldn't have been handled worse. I'm a truck driver myself, and many of us do not and never have supported those dummies in Ottawa or the Grifter Freedom Convoy. Yeah, because it was never about truckers' rights. Like, that was the ridiculous thing about it. That was not what it was about at all. As was repeatedly brought up time and time again when that was going on. Most actual truckers in the country were vaccinated and needed to get vaccinated so they could go across the border to the United States and do their jobs. A lot of these truckers that were there in Ottawa, the most prominent ones, were small business owners. They actually owned the trucking companies. They're not these working class truckers that are being abused by the government, forcing them to get vaccines. Like, that's not what was going on. All my trucker friends are vaxxed and boosted. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole idea that was like a spontaneous movement of aggrieved working class truckers was just never accurate. Cool shirt. Where's the link to buy? I'm glad you asked, Larbrarian. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that in all caps, but there's the link to buy the merch. It's on sale right now. If you like the t-shirt, if you want to buy TRRS merch, which is really very cool, designed by members of the community, you can do so over at the merch link over there. Librarian, a known shill. That's right, a known paid chatter. All right, so what's next? What's next? I think we covered everything that we wanted to cover there. I think I'm good. Unless anyone else has had more beef that I needed to talk about. I know the actual clip from the show is played on the stream. I don't think I really want to investigate that too much. Not with Joe around. No more beef. It's illegal now. Beef is illegal now because of Biden's America. You know, I did have, prior to the stream starting, I did have a farmer's wrap from Tim Hortons, which is one of my, again, I know it's cliche to be Canadians. Oh, Tim Hortons, it's like part of our like fake cultural identity and stuff. The reality is, though, that farmer's wrap is really good. And when washing, it really does. I feel embarrassed even talking about this, but it really does. Following up a bite of a bite or a few bites, perhaps, of the farmer's wrap with a nice sip of Timmy's iced coffee, I gotta say it's really good stuff. I take no pleasure in reporting this, but it is really good stuff. And I got the that's right, it's a sponsored stream. Farmer's wrap sounds hearty and delish. Yeah, you got a sausage patty in there. You got a hash brown. You got egg. Some like chipotle. Some like spicy chipotle. Sauce, some cheese. Really good. And I got the Impossible Meat version today. I got the I've been getting the Impossible Meat version now that that's an option again. And it's really good. It's really good. I really think that I could make the switch. How many farmers going to each wrap? That's the idea, Kijiji. Timmy's is terrible, but I still eat that garbage. That's right. Yeah, those apostle sausages are really good. Really good stuff. The Impossible Farmer's Wrap from Tim Hortons and the Beyond Burger with cheese from A&W. Really good stuff. Highly recommend both of these products. Dreading Canada Day. Yeah, it's going to be another shit show. And again, I'm like, not only am I dreading what's going to happen in Ottawa on Canada Day, but I'm dreading once again being lectured by these motherfuckers like Haas telling us that we need to support these losers and that we're fake socialists for not going down to hang out with these people. Looking forward to that as well. Sponsored segments and merch. You've changed, man. Slag off. I said slag off. Throwing a Timmy's cup at you. I haven't had an iced cap in forever. Those are the bomb. I actually haven't had one of those in a long time either. That's true. I do enjoy a good sauce, a little spicy sauce. I highly recommend this product. In fact, I'm going to crack open another product right now. This Diet Coke that's been sitting here on my desk since yesterday. Nice and room temp. Chin chin, folks. Get this man a rain. Dunstable, I honestly think they've discontinued it. I don't know for sure, but I don't see it in any store now. Any store where I used to get raid. I've gone to a couple of places, I can't find it. I think it might be discontinued. Which is it's actually devastating. I'm actually devastated. Spicy sauce plus spicy takes plus spicy shorts equals W. Hell yeah. Rain is still around. Well, where are you, Mondo Michel? Are you Canada? Are you in Canada? It could be a Canada thing. They spent too much money paying ambassadors. That's right. It's the dang supply chain. Once again, Biden's America strikes again. You can get it at Provigo. Okay. But they might be like on their last supplies. Dwindling supplies. Thanks, Putin. I mean, I knew Putin was bad. I knew Putin was bad, as I've outlined many times on this program, but now he's gone too far. Now this man has gone too far. And I know everyone's making fun of when I said Buzz Light Lime the other day. More like Putin. Oh my god, that's almost too far, Killa. This is a family program, please. This is a family program.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Don
You
Dark
can count
Sony.
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thanks, Don Dark Sony, for the 2 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Yeah, I know people were making fun of me because of Buzz Light Lime, but I did
You can count on me.
indeed.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Don Dark Sony, thank you for another gifted sub. Thank you. I think we're one gifted sub and one bit donation away from a possible hype train here, folks. I don't want to alarm you. I did, I often talk about Buzz.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I do often talk about.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Don Dark Sony, for the gifted sub again. Really appreciate that, Don Dark Sony.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Bud Lightyear.
And thank you, Gen X Bushy, for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, Gen X Bushy, and thanks also to Metal Dipshit for the 300 friend coin. Thank you. It still didn't do a hype train. I guess the difficulty settings are higher now. I've talked often about Bud Light Lime and how that's another product that I enjoy, and I must say that I did purchase a case of Bud Light Lime, and I've been having just one per day. I've just been having one per day, which is a very nice thing to do, I think.
You can count on me.
At the end of the day,
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
At the end of the day, at the end of the stream, I go pick up my kid. I bring him home. I start up making dinner. Sometimes I'm on the grill, and I crack open a nice ice cold Bud Light Lime. And I'm out there by the barbecue having my Bud Light Lime. It's really doesn't get much better than that, folks. Does not get much better than that. Very refreshing. And just like spiritually healing, I think. It's not even just about the refreshing beverage.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Buzz Light Lime.
Thank you, Kijiji Genie, for the gifted sub. Thank you very much, Kijiji Genie. And thank you, Biggerwig, as well.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Buzz Light Lime, indeed. Thank you, Biggerwig. And thank you, Don Dark Sony, again for another gifted sub.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I can't wait to see the new Buzz Lightyear film.
Come on. Come on now. I have a bad problem with not saving the images that I'm trying to use here. I'm just going to do this for a moment. Don't mind me. I thank Don Dark Zoni again, and thank you to G Cluppy as well for the 200 bits. Folks, again, if you enjoy this content, I'm getting more and more low energy the more this goes on. If you enjoy this content, folks, subscribe to this channel. That's the only way that this channel is able to stay on the air, is through the generosity of the members of this community. Subscribe to the channel. Get the emotes. Some of the best emotes on the entire platform of Twitch. The only Enver's Hoja emote that exists on this entire platform. If you want an emote of the former communist leader of Albania, you have to subscribe to this channel to get that. Not only do you get the emotes,
you're gonna have
not only
to
to subscribe to this channel,
talk you through all
get
this.
you the emotes and get you into this community, it also gets you access to something very special. A very special opportunity that does not exist anywhere else on the World Wide Web except for this very channel, which is known as the Friendship Triangle. Fortune favors the brave, folks. And if you look at throughout history, all the greatest explorers, the greatest inventors, when they were faced with a moment of to whether to continue against all odds or whether than just to pack it in and quit, it's the truly exceptional, the truly brave folks took that first step into the unknown. And that can be you today. That can be you today with joining this community and joining the exclusive Friendship Triangle trickle-down clout-based system. Ask anyone in this community. It's a life-changing opportunity. If you think the trickle-down clout thing is a bit, look, there's many people in this community that can attest, that have already benefited from the patented trickle-down clout system. GMO Radio, thank you for the gifted sub. As much action is happening towards the base of the worm god, you don't want to be down there forever. Trust me. And who benefits? We all benefit. We all benefit from it. That's the key question you have to ask. Who benefits? We all do. And yeah, maybe some people benefit a little bit more than others. Okay? Maybe that is true. Maybe that is true. But we all do benefit, though, just in different degrees. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not only the president, I'm also a client. We got 45 seconds left, folks, of this level 3 hype train. Let's see. I'm positive that we can get this sub number up a little bit more before I take a little break. I'm confident in all of us that we can do this.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Is the elite level really better? Yes, and you don't want to be left out. Thank you very much for the raid, Mia Mulder. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Well, and you're in luck. You're in luck. Look at the perfect timing.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
You've come here at exactly the right time, because there's an incredible opportunity in front of you right now to join this community and to join the special tiered friendship-based clout distribution system known as the Friendship Triangle. Thank you very, very much to Don Dark Zoni for the 6 gifted subs and for all the support today. Much appreciated, Don Dark Zoni. The elite level is better, it's true. Look at the amazing emotes that community members like Red Scary have access to. Incredible. But hello, if it's your first time on the channel, this is kind of an outlier, this segment, with the Phil Collins playing in the background and the whole scam thing that we're doing. It's not a scam. It's not a scam. It's not a scam or a cult or a pyramid scheme. Very important to remember, okay? It's none of those things. The Friendship Triangle, keyword, of course, triangle. It's a 2-dimensional shape. It's not 3-dimensional. It's not 3-dimensional. That would be really not a good thing. We all know that if it was 3-dimensional, that would be not good. And we're all aware of that. It would be very exploitative. That's not what this is. It's highly stable. It's highly stable, and it's not a cult. That's right. So and again, I'll just remind you also, we will be talking about more important issues soon. If you are new to the channel, please smash the follow button if you want to chat. I will move past this segment in just a few short moments. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Rob Rousseau. You may know me possibly from Twitter or from the Insurgents podcast or even from this Twitch stream. And if you're not, I'm just a humble salt of the earth. Pull your sleeves up. Grab your lunch pail. Content miner, working class content miner. Logging on to Twitch each and every day at 12 Eastern. That's 1 a.m. Pyongyang time to talk about the news, politics. We talk about beverages. We talk about all kinds of stuff. Yesterday I went on like a 45-minute impassioned defense of Nickelback and Chad Kroeger. I'm not really sure in retrospect what I was thinking with that, but you know, I was speaking from the heart, so I guess it's like that's something in and of itself. I stand by it. I do stand by it. And again, we got a hype train going on. It's level 4. And if you do have a Amazon Prime account, you can link that, of course, to your Twitch gaming account and subscribe absolutely free of charge. Absolutely free of charge. You can do this if you've got a spare Prime sub. It was off your gourd on Buzz Light Lives. And I think one major important thing...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Don Darksoni is absolutely carrying us today. Don Darksoni, thank you. My goodness. Really coming through today for us.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Absolutely free of charge for $12.99. That's correct. Yeah. Thank you again, Don Darksoni. Jesus.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh my goodness.
You
Sean,
can count on
thank
me.
you for the
You're gonna
gifted
have
sub.
good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I really appreciate that, Sean. And thank you, Don Darksoni, again. Jesus Christ. 10 bits by celebrity spokesman Matt Damon. 1 hamburger sandwich. Absolutely. That's absolutely right. They really mapped out every single note of this Daryl Studegaard guitar solo, which is a tremendous guitar solo. I was listening to it in the shower earlier. Great song. Not this version, but I was listening to the Phil Collins version.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very, very much, Don Darksoni, for all the support today. Jeez, I really, really appreciate it. I've absolutely carried the channel today. And I believe this is the... I know I promised a full week of streams. Unfortunately, I think this will be the last episode of the week today, because today is my son's last day of school, and he's going to be off tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm going to have the opportunity. It's a holiday in Quebec. It's Saint-Jean-Baptiste. C'est la journée Saint-Jean-Baptiste demain, au Québec. On va célébrer le Saint-Jean. Saint-Jean-Baptiste. No real plans so far. No, not really. Park and swim and basketball. That sounds pretty nice. I gotta start hooping again. Talking about beefs, I've been laying down all kinds of challenges lately. Been starting beefs with all kinds of people. Not only did I got a burgeoning beef with some of our friends in the patriotic socialist community, but I also laid down a couple of challenges yesterday to both Dave Rubin and Hassan Piker about my hooping skills. But everyone should tune into the Lodane show tomorrow. I heard she got cool plans. I must say, and there's a number of people in this community that have started like streaming and kind of using the springboarding from this community to like start streaming themselves. But particularly lately, Sean, Lodane, must say I'm very happy to see both of you doing that. Lodane, I've been bugging Lodane to start streaming again for like the last year, so I was really happy to see Lodane streaming again. Doing a fucking great job. Both of you. It was very lovely to see Sean's flustered reaction to the raid yesterday. That was very enjoyable. Lodane and Sean Mead are a great morning duo. Yeah, it's true. They really are. They're paying royalties, right? Oh yeah. All those subs are going this way, but you know, I am giving a few little kickbacks. They get a few percent. They get at least 5-7% depending on the negotiations of each subscription. So, pretty generous. Pretty generous of me, if you ask me. I'll take a short break, okay? I'll take a short break, and I'll come back in a few moments, refreshed. And we will continue talking about other important stuff.
Along Red Square.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Yo. I'm back. I'm back, folks. No, the show's not done, Yuri. No. You're not allowed to log off yet. No. No logging off. No, no, thank you. There will be no such thing. There will be no logging off. We're still going. We're just taking a short little breather. Very good display of synchronized driving by the USSR. I agree. Log off? No, I don't think I will. He's back and fired up for even more beef. Everyone knows that I don't go starting shit and starting beef with other channels. Sometimes people have taken it upon themselves to come after me. Me, of all people. Me. For a variety of reasons. Of people across the ideological spectrum. However, as you all know, I am nice. I'm a nice, reasonable, normal person. I have no interest in these kind of online feuds or beefs or what have you. Hello, Vexing Thoughts. What's up? Just a goofy little guy. I don't know if I qualify as little, but yeah. I'm like a goofy big boy. Alrighty, Rob, what do you think it's going to take for the American left people power movements to show strong solidarity for the plight of Native Americans the way the Canadian left and the Kiwi left does? That's a good question, Yuri. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like there has been the same effort to like make these links between the links that exist here in Canada between like the left and the sort of overall legitimacy of the settler colonial project, which is kind of advanced through the Indigenous struggle and advanced through supporting Indigenous rights and land back, etc. And this doesn't seem to be the same level of crossover in the UK, or in America rather. We did see a lot of popular support for Standing Rock when that was going on, but the Canadian left does what? Well, it depends on who you ask, Kenny. It depends on who you ask. Certainly not everyone, but I think there is more of a stronger effort, or there's stronger links in the Canadian left to these kinds of Indigenous struggles than there are, I think, in the US. But I think Kenny is right to point out that we have a long way to go here in terms of making sure that everyone's on board with this agenda. I don't want to give everyone the impression that I think we're doing great in that respect. Considering like the Canadian left, if that makes up like the NDP, in terms of the professional left, are leading the government of British Columbia right now and sending in like heavily militarized RCMP officers to Indigenous encampments and arresting women and children and beating the shit out of people, and all at the at the behest of the logging and fossil fuel and mining companies that own the province and own the country. So I don't want anyone to get that twisted. Thank you for holding me accountable, Kenny. Thank you. We did see, well, again, we saw widespread sort of support for the Standing Rock protests, while, I mean, not widespread enough, obviously, when that was going on, especially considering it was under the Obama administration that Standing Rock was going on, and it was the Obama administration that was overseeing these heavily militarized cops going into Standing Rock and blasting people with water cannons in the freezing cold and assaulting people and that kind of stuff. So it's interesting how even the violence of Standing Rock wasn't enough to sever the link in the liberal brain between their values and like what their establishment was responsible for. The whole Obama administration for 8 years was kind of a repeat example of nonstop behavior that should make some of these people question their undying support of the party and the establishment, but never seemed to materialize. At Standing Rock, they also said dogs on the land and water defenders. It's the thing where America is so bad we look better, but Trudeau literally sent snipers to clear Indigenous land defenders with orders to use as much force as necessary to clear them. Thinking Canada's left is doing anything for Indigenous better than America is pure chauvinism, sorry to say. Well, I guess, Kenny, I would just say that it depends on like what you're referring to about the left. Like when I'm talking about the left, I'm talking about people like us and people that are connected to like actual organizing and that are connected to these movements. When I talk about the left, I'm not talking about Trudeau or the NDP. I think there's more of a link. I mean, in terms of like these people that identify as actually like activists or socialists, there's more of a link between these groups and Indigenous groups than you see, I think, in America with like groups like DSA, for example. You don't really see DSA talking about land back or talking about Indigenous issues, but you'll see people in the kind of like left activist circles in Canada making that link a bit more. I wasn't really referring to the government or the NDP or like anyone in the professional left, who I agree the issues are arguably worse. You know, I don't disagree with what you just said. I'm actually going to talk to Pam Palmater sometime soon, I think, about these issues. I really appreciate Pam's perspective on Indigenous issues in Canada, and she's someone that's a really tireless advocate for Indigenous rights and to talk about these things. I got to know her a little bit doing my work with The Breach, and Pam's just like a really cool person and has texted me a couple times. And I think Pam also is someone that wants to get started more talking on Twitch. She's specifically asked me about getting started on Twitch, so I'm going to have a conversation with her, kind of giving her whatever feedback I can on getting her set up here. But I'll definitely have Pam come on the show sometime in the next couple of weeks to talk about these very issues. Pam's really great. And it was cool, like during the night of the Ontario election when she was doing coverage on The Breach, she was also kind of showing up in this Twitch chat. You know, she's someone whose perspective on this stuff I really, really value. Someone who I've learned a lot from. I took an Indigenous Studies course with Pam at Ryerson, undoubtedly the best course I've ever taken. Yeah, no, it's, I imagine so, because she's a really great communicator, right? Really effective communicator, which is something that we like to talk about a lot, you know, on the show, when we talk about some of the different people that we enjoy hearing from time and time again. Pam Palmater. I was just saying I've been in touch with Pam over the last couple of days. She wants to get started here on Twitch, so I'm going to kind of do what I can to help her get started here, and I'll have Pam come on the show in the next couple of days or weeks to talk about Indigenous issues in Canada. Yeah, Lodan, if you have time and you're interested in helping out Pam, I mean, I know she'd definitely use it because I can give her my own assistance and my own experience, but what she'll probably need is to be connected with someone who knows the ins and outs of the platform really well and who has experience, modding and doing that kind of stuff. So if you're down, if you've got the time, I would be happy to connect you to about this. So what are we saying now, folks? Is there anything else in the news we need to get to? I ranted about the Biden administration. I provided everyone with the beef update. I guess I got a couple of tweets I can look at if we want to do a dang news segment or a chit. Is there a real difference with the dang news and segment and the chit chat zone segment? I don't know. I guess chit chat is usually a little more free flowing, whereas the dang news is we're generally looking at a couple of tweets and talking about specific things. Oh boy, that ended perfectly. Pro streamer, everybody. I've synced all this up ahead of time. I synced all this stuff ahead of time. Believe you me. Dan talk generally is less in the dang news. That is true. That is true. Less Dan talk. Chit chat is about beverages and lunch. Brandon is banning your ciggies. See, people say they're not doing anything either. Can you believe this? People say Joe Biden's not doing anything. Not at all. He's banning things that people like to hold on to that give them some comfort as their society and culture and the economy collapses around them. That's something. That's doing something. Taking away the few things people have for some kind of escape. Some kind of escape from the relentless horror. And taking those things away from people, predominantly of working class people that rely on this. Of course, not taking away the fancy scotches and all the other whatever these other rich motherfuckers use in these situations. We ain't legalizing weed, Jack. That's the truly amazing thing. That's the truly amazing thing about the why does the youth hate, why don't they like Joe Biden thing. That's the funniest thing. Joe Biden could literally legalize marijuana. I don't think they would need, like, someone correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe if someone knows more about drug policy than I do, like, and how it relates to federal law or whatever. I think, and I would be, and like, it's the kind of thing also where he could just try it, similar to how Trump was doing this. Joe Biden could just legalize marijuana right now overnight, right? With the stroke of a pen. And they could remove it from the banned substances list. No bill, no Joe Manchin, no Senate, no voting. Literally, just like they can decide to do that. And overnight, that would be you would see. I know people have a hard time understanding this, but you would see the poll numbers, both Joe Biden's anemic underwater poll numbers amongst young people would mysteriously rise right away if they did this one thing, if they did this one easy thing that they could easily do. And they're not going to do it, Jack. And they still can't figure it out. They still can't figure out this mystery about why no one likes these guys. This one weird trick. Biden, the drug war 3 strikes guy. Like, I literally think, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, like, it wasn't even Bernie Sanders. Literally, like, every other mainstream Democratic Party candidate is running on this. It's literally like a fucking no-brainer. It's the easiest thing you could possibly do. And they would win. Like, they would win on that. Even just that. Like, look at Trudeau. That's all Trudeau did. That's all Trudeau accomplished in the whole last, whatever now, 7-8 years that he's been in power. That's the only thing. But that's something. That's why he won. And why he continues to win. They could literally just do that one thing overnight, easily, flip this whole narrative about not doing anything, and then win. And they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Or the student debt thing. That's another thing that he could do without it. There is no Joe Manchin, no cinema. Zero reason why he can't cancel student debt. And that the whole limit that they were putting in place when they're even talking about the idea of doing it, the whole like arbitrary means test that they're putting in place for that is like completely self-inflicted. They could literally just cancel all the debt. These are 2 things that they could do overnight, right now, specifically for young people, that would completely flip this entire narrative, completely shift all these poll numbers. And still, it's just, people are just mystified. People are just fucking mystified. He won't even let the children out of the cages. I mean, that was a whole other subject that I think I meant to bring up and didn't before. Not only the climate, not only marijuana, not only student debt, but the complete lack of action. And in fact, doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on all the worst, most barbaric immigration policies. And people still wonder why this man is not popular, why young people are not excited to vote for the Democratic Party. More money for cops, yeah. Deported 3 times more people than Trump with the COVID rules, including a record influx of Haitian migrants who they are shipping back to Haiti despite COVID, despite all the chaos, despite the way the whole country is in it's like a failed state because of decades of U.S. meddling, including up to the last year when the United States government assassinated the previous president. You've got this fucking chaos situation there, and you're sending record numbers of Haitian migrants right back into that situation. And then bragging that you have a Haitian press secretary and talking about how inclusive you are. But why are these people not popular? It's a mystery. It's just a mystery. It's a total mystery why these people aren't popular. There are libs who refuse to acknowledge the fact that besides Clinton, Biden is most directly responsible for Thomas being on the Supreme Court. It's fucking incredible how they refuse to just remember what happened. And as we've been talking about as well, something else, now you're seeing this deluge of extremely reactionary, terrifying decisions being made through the Supreme Court of the United States, more coming down the pike every single day, including the upcoming ban on abortion, which everyone seems to know is coming. You're literally out there in hearings every day making the link between this extremist right-wing movement and their insurrectionary designs on the US government and their connections to the wife of an arch-conservative Supreme Court justice who is part of this movement to pass down all these like extremely reactionary laws from the Supreme Court, and they won't even go after him. They won't even say like they've literally got an opportunity to shift the balance in the court and shift it in their favor, or at least claw back some of that progress that the right has made in taking over the courts. You can he's linked directly to conspiracy to overthrow the United States government. Your own people are saying this. Your own people are on TV every day making this case. One of these Supreme Court justices is linked to this reactionary movement to overthrow the United States government and replace it with this even more fascist junta, basically. And the Democrats are just saying like, oh, well, nothing we can do here. Nothing we can do. They literally have an opportunity to recall this guy, replace him on the Supreme Court, and they're just not doing it. Biden said Thomas wouldn't be biased on abortion, just like handmade Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah, and to say nothing of like who was paying off Brett Kavanaugh's like vast gambling debts and stuff. There's so much shit that they could go after. They could abolish the whole Supreme Court right now. It's so partisan and so obviously nakedly corrupt. But of course, they're just not going to do it. And when the Supreme Court bans abortion in the next couple of weeks or months, these same people are going to be looking around and shaking their heads going, if only there was something we could do. But hey, why don't people like Joe Biden? Don't they understand that he did everything that he could do? And it's just, he's powerless to prevent these things from happening. Just completely powerless to do anything about these as president of the United States, totally powerless to confront these political forces in any way. And they're going to be looking around and going, what happened? Why don't people like this guy? And they're still not going to be able to get it. It's crazy how the only thing they can do is scold them in ways that happen to be profitable, like MSNBC shows and fundraising pitches. Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing we can do. That's the only power that we have. You know what's funny as well is seeing these exact lifelong Democratic Party loyalists. There's a couple of examples of this, of these lifelong Democratic Party loyalists starting to lose it at the total ineptitude and the total lack of confronting the powerful right-wing forces taking over the country. And you can see these people's brains being challenged in interesting ways because it challenges everything that they understand about power and their relationship to it. And they know that there's this huge, massive failure in leadership, and it's breaking their brains in a way because their precious institutions are not preventing these forces from taking over. So we're seeing Keith Olbermann, who's been a outspoken Democratic Party loyalist, saying it's become necessary to dissolve the Supreme Court of the United States. Even these people are just they're perplexed, right? It is a similar response as these pollsters and researchers or whoever that are wondering why Biden's not popular. These people are looking around going, how could this have happened? What is going on? Thank you, Yuri. Thanks for stopping by today. Take care. I love seeing senators tweeting out, we have to do something. It's a bad sign when Marjorie Taylor Greene has the right take. She seems to be interested in the Julian Assange case. I mean, Weenus, and it's we should be able to point out that people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are taking advantage of the complete vacuum of anyone in the liberal establishment willing to take tough stances on Assange or on Ukraine. There's no one in the liberal establishment that's willing to question this unlimited funding and arming of these Ukrainian militias right now. There's zero people as in the professional left, like the Democratic Party, the Progressive Caucus, the Squad, who are questioning this nonstop flow of arms. There's been a few comments about Assange, but not really. And when you point out that Marjorie Taylor Greene, these lunatic, reactionary, fascists in waiting, are the only ones that are taking these stances, it doesn't support those people. It's not a way to say oh yeah, these people are actually good. What it is a way, though, to illustrate the absolute failure of anyone associated with the liberal establishment to take these important stances and to leave that open to these extreme reactionaries to take these basic stances about protecting someone like Julian Assange, who's being imprisoned for exposing war crimes, which is something that every single person on, like, if you identify at all as liberal or progressive, should be 100% opposed to. No, of course we should not be arresting and persecuting people that expose the war crimes being committed by the United States government. That should be a basic, non-controversial stance for not even people on the left, but anyone connected to the liberal establishment in any way. Non-controversial. No one is doing it. I saw Ilhan Omar say maybe one tweet, and I don't think any other member of the squad or anyone connected to the Democratic Party has said this. And then that leaves an opportunity for opportunists on the right, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, to then take these basic stances which appeal to a wide variety of people. Or people that are skeptical about the United States government role in Ukraine. Is, again, there's many people that are not on board with this, actually, and that don't think it's a good idea to be sending unlimited supply of billions and billions of dollars worth of Javelin missiles to fascist militias in Ukraine. This is a very appealing message to a lot of people. And the people connected to the liberal establishment of the Democratic Party are just failing to make this argument, these basic arguments, and it's leaving space for people on the right to make these arguments instead, which again are appealing to a lot of people. And that's the really dangerous thing. A really botched, blown opportunity right now that people on the establishment left are just not taking advantage of. Millions of dead Iraqis and no one went to jail. One person sent a 10-minute video of us doing it and they're in jail indefinitely. I mean, it's just barbaric, you know? No one responsible for enthusiastically supporting the Iraq war, not even like Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden was an enthusiastic supporter of the Iraq war who was crucial in whipping up liberal support for the war. No one involved in the planning of it, no one in the Bush administration who committed horrific crimes. Hundreds of thousands of dead civilians, up to 1 million civilians, 37 million people displaced, 37 million refugees as a result of the war in Iraq and the war on terror. Zero consequences. Zero consequences for anyone that was involved in planning that or carrying that out. Zero consequences for any of the media figures that used their platforms to cheer that on and were proved horribly wrong about all that. All these people have just failed up and are even more powerful and more influential now than they were before. And now you have one person at the center of this controversy and being persecuted and being arrested for exposing these war crimes, while no one involved in the actual crimes that were committed, of the numerous horrific crimes that were committed, will ever get one iota of the same attention or the same consequences. I wonder why even your Corbyns and Mélenchons are better on this than Sanders. I don't know. I mean, Blueberry, I think like America is really uniquely devoted to the national security state, to almost like to a religious level, you know? And I don't know, I guess that's why people don't feel comfortable criticizing it to the same extent. And people are so not even criticizing the US military, but being perceived as supporting these like official state enemies. I think that's even more where the fear is, because there's room for a little bit of criticism of the United States military, but what there's not room for is like supporting Palestinians, being against things like the Syria intervention, being seen as supporting Putin or Saddam or whoever the dictator bad guy of the day is that we're supposed to be scared of at the moment. America's aligned on foreign policy no matter who. Sanders also said he likes Navalny as a challenger to Putin. And that's the sad thing about the state of that kind of discourse in America, is that Bernie probably had the best foreign policy of anyone connected to the Democratic Party in a generation, and still falls short in like a number of ways, another of highly public ways. Talking about Corbyn, one of the things I remember most from when Corbyn was like campaigning, right before the election with Theresa May, that everyone was predicting Labour was going to get wiped out, and they had a completely opposite result, and resulted in the hung parliament, where everyone was expecting that Theresa May to just completely have an ironclad majority. And I remember close to the election, there was that bombing in Manchester, which was, by the way, deeply, intimately connected to like British intelligence, and like the person that committed that bombing was like allowed to go and train and come back and had significant contact with the British intelligence. So there's some weird conspiracy angle going on as well. But heard that bomb from my apartment. Oh my God, DJ Mule. Thanks for joining us, Mule. I appreciate that. That must have been really scary. But I was just talking about, I'm actually happy you showed up for right now for this moment, because I remember paying attention to that from here and paying attention to like the Corbyn and Theresa May campaign. And I was really like, okay, well, Corbyn is for sure fucked now. Like they're going to double and triple down on the Islamophobic security state stuff, and they're going to frame him as a terrorist sympathizer, and he's just going to get demolished in this election. And the most amazing thing that happened following that was that Corbyn, and this was one of the coolest things that I've seen like a mainstream politician do in my lifetime. In that moment, in this horrific moment of like violence, when literal teenagers are being bombed at a concert, and rather than Corbyn going up and like changing his viewpoint or changing his principles or trying to suggest that he's going to get tough on terrorism or anything like that, which no one ever would have believed, of course, Corbyn, when he started talking about it, highlighted the tragedy of it first and foremost, and then linked it to the way imperialism functions in Syria and Libya and elsewhere, and the chaos of the global war on terror creating this kind of blowback and violence at home. And it was just hearing him make that argument with those stakes, with that amount of like attention, and not backing down from his principles about the way that like our own, or not our own in terms of like the British state, the Canadian state, the American state, the West, NATO, whatever you want to call it, our activity leads to this kind of radicalization and blowback and violence. And rather than that destroying Corbyn, people were like, yes, thank you for saying that. And most people like agreed with that. And he actually increased momentum after that rather than losing it. It was an America deserved 9/11 moment. It was, but he was so good at framing it that no one could possibly. I think they tried to make that case, but his clear empathy and his comments about the violence of it and not undercutting any of that really came through. But while not backing down from any of his principles in terms of the causes of these kinds of incidents, and that was a really amazing thing to see. And that's exactly why Corbyn can never be forgiven. Okay, actually don't. I thought that said forgotten when I was reading it. That's why Corbyn can never be forgiven kind of by the establishment. Okay, I see what you mean. That's what I think you mean, right? Irate lump. But that's right. I mean, that's why he was a threat to them. Absolutely. It was really good that Corbyn did that because, Manchester had a very solid response to the bombing. We're a very multicultural city, and we stood with the Muslims in the city regardless of a lot of hate from multiple right-wing Talking Heads. I think that resonated with us in Manchester and a bunch of other multicultural cities in the UK. Yeah. And just that was when you're used to, I think, politicians that represent the left backing down in situations like that. Because, of course, if Corbyn had come out and said, like, and tried to be tough and said, we're going to get tough on terrorism, and he tried to do that whole thing, of course, no one would have bought it. And he still would have been destroyed in right-wing press as being a terrorist sympathizer or whatever the fuck they said about him constantly. But the fact that he at that moment stuck to his principles, like shows people that this is a guy that you can like, that is believes what he says and is not this full of shit politician. The meme with a stick figure with a stick to do something. Yeah, that's right. And that's most leftist or like anyone remotely associated with the left political leaders of my lifetime would have backed down in that moment, and they would have gotten destroyed for it. And that's why they had to destroy him other ways, essentially. The anti-Semitic terrorist sympathizer, that's just what Labor called him. Yeah. You know, so I was actually thinking about this today, and Mule, if you're still around, I'd be interested in your feedback on this. Because now they've got, we've been watching the clip of Mick, what's his name? The union leader leading the railway strikes. Mick Lynch. We've been watching his clips the last couple of days. He is an absolute Chad. And I've seen an interesting thing where there's people saying like, oh, but he supported Brexit, so he supported Brexit, innit? You know, so it's like you can't still support this man, as he's like going on TV and owning all these journalists and raising class consciousness and leading this important labor struggle. People are like, well, you can't possibly support him because he supported Brexit. But it's like, that's the whole, I think that's one part of the Corbyn thing that is you could point to as being the reason why Corbyn wasn't able to get over the hump and like get to the point that he was trying to get to, because he got pressured so much by the anti-Brexit people in the Labour Party and in the liberal movement in the UK. He was forced to, I think Corbyn was always like, he had a kind of leftist Brexit stance, but because it was so polarizing and you had Farage and all these weird racists that were involved in it, he was kind of never able to articulate that, or he never wanted to. And then he got like pulled in the direction of having another referendum or whatever. And they got abandoned by all these like working class communities that were pro-Brexit. And probably, I don't know if this is like a thing just in retrospect. I don't know if it would have been the thing that made the difference, but I think kind of in retrospect, if Corbyn had just come out full unapologetic supporting Brexit, but clearly explaining why the EU is a bad thing to be involved with and exactly why he supports Brexit and why he doesn't support it on the same level as like a Farage or any of these anti-immigrant groups, I think he probably would have become a lot more popular if he had just taken that in retrospect, if he had taken that like formal stance. Yeah, so I'm glad you agree with me, Mule. He also supported Brexit. The left should absolutely be against any kind of large power structure that attempts to maintain imperialist hegemony. Brexit under Corbyn would have been the closest electoral politics could get to a utopia. Brexit under the right wing and the Tories, whoever, we're seeing it now. Yeah, and it is a disaster, and that's the thing. Corbyn was not able to go out and make that case from the left and explain why the EU is bad and why it would be good to leave the EU and why the EU is a neoliberal institution that is like has all these harmful consequences being involved with. I really think that if he had gone in that direction, he would have become prime minister. But you had these people in the Labour Party who were involved in undermining him every step of the way, who like did not allow him to go in that direction because it was painted with like Farage and these weird racists and reactionary right wing guys. Yeah, it was ultimately framed by a bunch of policy wonks in the media that it was inherently bad and without nuance. Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing we've been talking about a lot, Mule, over the last couple of days, as we've seen, because like a lot of these, when it came to the Corbyn movement, a lot of these like media types in British press, which is like a uniquely detestable, disgusting industry. people that are involved, like in the mainstream British press, horrible people, really some of the worst people in the world, literally. But they've kind of tried to maintain this stance of being like, oh, we're the rough and tumble working class whispering journalists, and it's these woke blue-haired Starbucks baristas that are the real that we're providing some kind of working class counter to the elitist Starbucks baristas and retail workers. And then you see them trying to talk to Mick Lynch, and he completely demolishes that entire dynamic, and he's made them look like absolutely out of touch fucking losers, which has been extremely entertaining. Yeah, and the stuff about Keir, being the shadow Brexit secretary, and just it's obvious now from Keir Starmer, who, as I was mentioning the other day, Boris Johnson refers to as beer korma, which I find so funny. Regardless of I don't like Boris Johnson obviously, but it's objectively funny to call him beer korma. It's obvious from his actions after being elected Labour Party leader, the way he's tried to just purge Corbyn and purge the entire left, how much he was, while ostensibly working with Corbyn during the Corbyn project, was just ready to knife him in the back the entire time and was undermining him the entire time. It's the thing I said often on the show, which is that as much as Corbyn was accused of being a Stalinist or whatever, and who he's going to do Stalinist purges, Corbyn, not only in addition, if he had just come out as being pro-Brexit, if he had done Stalinist purges on all these motherfucker Blairites in the Labour Party that were ready to knife him in the back at any moment, again, that probably would have been another good thing. He should have done many more Stalinist purges instead of less. But Corbyn, that's what it comes down to, is that he was too nice, right? He was just too nice. He was too nice to do what needed to be done in that situation. He trusted the Blairites. He trusted these people that said that if he's backed Remain, that they would work with them and stuff. He trusted people that were smearing him as an anti-Semite. He trusted that was being done in good faith, and tried to acknowledge that in good faith. And all of that was trying to destroy him. All of this was just a part of a multi-pronged a way to completely destroy his entire movement. And he unfortunately, because he's just too much of a nice old dude, let it happen. And that's what the result is now. That's a pretty shit nickname. Honestly, people love beer and korma over here. Well, I know that, King of Barbies, and believe me, I love beer and korma as well. Getting a nice cheeky korma and a pint is an enjoyable activity. I agree. I think it's funny the way that they've tried to position being an alcoholic as being Keir Starmer's entire personality. Considering he doesn't actually take any stances that would be beneficial to anybody. His they just told him, you think this guy's boring? You think this guy's just a boring sack of flour or whatever? You should go and get it wasted with this guy. He's the life of the party. He just chugs pints and he gets wasted and he does all kinds of crazy shit. And it's okay, that's not a reason to support someone politically, though. That's not a personality. Just being an alcoholic, that's actually a problem generally. The man loves real ale. It's his only strong stance. That's right. And yeah, Mule, I use the lingo. All right, I use the lingo. I've spent a lot of time in the UK. Okay, I even lived there on and off throughout 2008 and 2009. And I often do the accent as well, but I'm not going to do that right now because I don't want to be insulting. He's an absolute oot. I once saw him chug a pint of Nando's hot sauce after drinking 5 bloody ciders, innit? Rob is actually from the UK. The Canadian accent Rob is a character. I mean, that's a whole, that's a whole separate thing. Gator shows up in the Duffman outfit. Who's ready to party? That's right. That's his whole political platform. That's his entire political platform. Really good stuff. Really inspiring stuff. Anyway, Mule, it's interesting to get your stance on Brexit and all that. I think it was hard, like internationally, to get a full comprehensive understanding of that. It was really, and I understand the way that it was like pushed so heavily to be anti-Brexit because of the nasty, shitty people that were involved in the whole Brexit campaign and Farage and all that, and all the very legitimate, like, reactionary thought that was driving a lot of that pro-Brexit stuff. And I understand why it was like framed in a certain way that, like, if you're supported at all, that's who you support. But I, especially in retrospect, I realize how much that was a very sort of facile understanding of it. And the fact that I really especially believe now that if Corbyn had embraced it and just taken a firm stance about it and just told everyone that didn't like it to fuck themselves, I think it probably would have worked out a lot better than what he ended up doing. I was extremely anti-Brexit. They pulled the wool over a lot of our eyes. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Yeah. Keir's tough on crime, but easy on grime. He loves that type of music. He's always rapping dizzy at karaoke after an evening at the pub. Keir is tough on crime, but easy on grime. He loves that type of music. He's always rapping dizzy at karaoke after an evening at the pub. Okay. I'm wondering if there's any more Mick clips. Did he do any more stuff? It's been really hilarious seeing him just absolutely crush it. I did see. I don't know if this is. I really don't know if this is real or not. But we did watch the clip yesterday about him on Piers Morgan, and the whole extended conversation about the fucking Facebook profile image from Thunderbirds. And then apparently, I don't know if this is real, but apparently he changed his profile image after to Piers. I don't know if this is just a troll. I almost don't believe that it's real, just because it's just like, come on. A bit of a cheeky troll. I don't know. It would be it would be funny. It would definitely be funny.
The public and the anger at times, but we're also getting our share of support from ordinary men and women around the country who are facing similar problems to our members. They're having their conditions cut, they're under threat of job losses, and their pay has been suppressed for years on end. And people want an answer to that, and the RMT is providing some leadership, and we hope that the Labour Party and the rest of the trade union movement can get behind these campaigns to give people a square deal from corporate Britain.
How much of the pay and conditions issues are related to the general issues that we're all going through at the moment, like the cost of living and increases in...
I can still see a Facebook profile with the original profile picture under his name. I think we may have been had. I think someone might have been doing a little trolling. I think someone might be doing a little bit of trolling.
Energy prices and taxes.
Well, we've got a price-wage spiral, not the other way around. It's high prices that are causing demand for increased wages to go up. People haven't had a rise, some people not for 10 years since Cameron and Osborne. So there are real problems in the system, but we've also got government directives to the train operating companies and Network Rail to suppress wages and drive through conditions changes and working practice changes that are really difficult to absorb. And we will look at negotiating that with them, and we're hopeful we can get a settlement.
You're obviously trying to find that settlement. That's the key word, isn't it? There have been a few insults thrown around as well. You've been called a Marxist in the last 24 hours. Are you a Marxist? Are you trying to bring down the government? That's one of the things that's been levelled at you, Mick.
I'm not bringing down the government. The government is elected by the ballot box, and they'll be removed by the ballot box or by the Tory backbenchers. That's Boris Johnson's issue. I'm not a Marxist, I'm a socialist, I'm a trade unionist, and what I'm doing here is leading a strike on a straightforward industrial relations issue, jobs, terms and conditions and pay. Now, there is always an element of class conflict in that. I don't deny that, and that's part of my analysis. And what we've got to do in this society is rebalance things between the very wealthy,
oh my God, it's so dangerous,
the billionaires, the people that are making profits, and the ordinary men and women of this country that produce all of the wealth in this economy. They need.
This is the tricky thing with Mick Lidge that I do appreciate, though, is because he kind of says like, no, of course I'm not a Marxist, and then proceeds to like give this complete Marxist analysis of the way capitalism works and who profits from it and who gets exploited by it and who does the work and who doesn't, which is basic Marxism, you know. You will deny Marx 3 times before the cock crows. Yeah, no, he threads that needle like a pro. That's it. Because as much as that's been kind of smeared, that term has been smeared so much, that when you explain the way capitalism works, the economy works in that Marxist framework, anyone can understand it. You don't have to be some professional academic left-wing type to understand these concepts. Anyone can understand this basic Marxist framework of the way that the economy works. And that's the really cool thing about seeing some of these clips, is for him to be like, no, of course I'm not a Marxist, and then proceed to give this totally Marxist analysis of capitalism, which people understand. People implicitly understand this. It's true, so it doesn't matter that Marx said it too. And one who reads, I mean, that's why it's a science. That's why it's not an ideology. And as Kwame Ture and others have pointed out, Marx didn't invent Marxism. We call it Marxism because he's the first person that we're aware of, the first European person to like study these concepts and write them down and explain them in a certain kind of language. But all he was doing was observing things and writing them down. It has nothing to do with ideology. It's literally just a way of understanding the way our economy functions and who gets exploited in our economy and who profits from it. Marxism is when Disney is woke. That's right. Marxism is when there's a same-sex kiss in a child's cartoon movie. That's right. But yeah, it's really cool to break things, to have someone with that kind of working class affect breaking down this kind of a Marxist analysis in terms that anybody watching could understand. If Marx acknowledged the sun rising in the east, would saying that the sun rises in the east therefore be Marxist? That's right, yeah. It's not, he's literally just observed this phenomena happening and wrote it down, and that's all. In media here, you're basically painted as terrorists or someone wanting to start a violent uprising if you say you're a Marxist in the UK. Yeah, I know. That's why I understand why he does feel the need to thread the needle on these kinds of issues. The British press is really just uniquely detestable. I don't want to keep fixating on this, but it's really true. Just a uniquely detestable group of people. And that's why it's been so entertaining to see him just completely adeptly dismantle all of everyone they throw at him instantly. While also doing a significant amount of work to raise class consciousness in his community and for anyone watching this content. 2 million views on this video.
There is always an element of class conflict in that. I don't deny that, and that's part of my analysis. And what we've got to do in this society is rebalance things between the very wealthy, the super rich, the billionaires, the people that are making profits, and the ordinary men and women of this country that produce all of the wealth in this economy. They need a square deal, and we're determined to get one.
One of the other things that's been said about you by the Transport Secretary is you've been called a baron, and a baron who is gunning for a general strike. Is that true?
I'm not a baron, I'm an elected official of the union. These men and women behind me and the people all around the country elect me in an open vote in exactly the same way as
there
other
should absolutely be a
elected.
general strike.
I'm not gunning for a general strike. What I do believe is that the trade union movement must coordinate its efforts so that working people get maximum leverage with their employers and with that government so that they can get a better deal in their everyday lives. That's what I'm all about, representing men and women that pay their subs to our union, and that's what all the other trade union leaders are about as well.
There'll be lots of people watching you today having either abandoned their travel or changed their...
And honestly, in the UK, in Canada, in the US, this is what's going to be needed because we all know there's an upcoming financial crisis, right? We all are aware of this. We're all aware of the upcoming recession that's coming. That's probably going to make the 2008 crisis look like a fucking joke in comparison. We all understand, basically, we talk about it often now, we're on the brink of that. And if we don't want the vast majority of people, working class people, to be the ones that are punished from that, and if we don't want that to turn into yet another massive upward transfer of wealth, just as the previous financial crisis was, and just as the pandemic was, and the way every single crisis turns into an upward transfer of wealth, if we don't want that to happen, we do, in fact, need a general strike. And this is the kind of movement that's going to start that, like that wave is starting, not even in the UK, but we're seeing it in America. We're seeing this kind of activity in the UK in terms of this kind of economic assault, in terms of the assault on civil rights for transgender people or women or anyone that's part of the LGBTQIA community. This kind of worker organizing is going to be the response to that. That's the really kind of hopeful and encouraging thing about this moment.
Their plans. Is there a way back to the table?
There's a way back to the table. We're talking to both elements of the industry tomorrow, Network Rail
are you confident
and the train operating companies.
Work?
I'm confident that if Grant Shapps and Rishi Sunak let them negotiate in the way that a normal business would do, we can get a settlement to the issues in front of us and work our way towards it. At the minute, I believe they're shackled by government policy and Grant Shapps' diktat, which is set down by Boris Johnson and the leadership of the government. They're stopping a settlement coming forward. If we can get some freedom to negotiate, we'll find our way through this.
Can I say, I mean, you've answered those questions and the accusations of you being a Marxist and a baron, and I suppose in the other way
Can you be a baron and a Marxist at the
I
same time?
know, it's very interesting, isn't it? Good mix. But you've accused the government of lying as well. I wonder whether any of those things help in terms of negotiation.
Well, they don't, but when somebody stands in front of me and said, I walked out of a meeting on Saturday morning and went to a rally instead of negotiating and representing my members, I have to object. A government minister said to me yesterday, you walked out of a meeting on Saturday morning. That is an utter lie, a fabrication. Grant Shapps said it on Sunday, Chris Philp was repeating it last night, and other Tory MPs are saying it as well. We would never walk away from a discussion. And in fact, in credit to the companies, we have a very cordial and professional relationship with these managers when we're discussing these issues, and we will always conduct ourselves in that way. We would never storm out and have a tantrum. It's not my style, and it's not the style of this union. We're an assertive, professional union.
I'm calling Hassan a baron Marxist. I could be a Marxist baron. What's wrong with that? I have no problem with that. If people want to call me a baron or a Marxist baron or any of those combinations, I'd be more than happy to embrace that. It's made up nonsense, mate.
Lynch has been touring TV studios, and it's been beautiful. Mick Lynch has previously said he would not negotiate with the Tory government. The head of the, you've said that. The head of the, let me finish the point. Hang on, let me finish the point. The head of the rail delivery group this morning on the Today programme said that he didn't want the government in the negotiation. We've made money available to the railway industry. It's up to the employers to negotiate with the trade unions. And what happened this afternoon was halfway through these negotiations, while they were ongoing, the unions came out onto the street and gave an impromptu press conference, I mean, there's TV footage, saying that the strike was going to continue.
OK, let's just pause. Hang on.
I mean, it's on video.
Now, Mick Lynch, excuse me. Mick Lynch, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Would you be prepared to negotiate with the Tory government, yes or no?
Absolutely. I've met every Tory transport minister in the last year. Bus, rail, maritime and the Secretary of State. We've never said we won't meet the Tories. What we said was that they're not at the table. I'm negotiating with the employers. You've also lied that we left negotiations on Saturday and went to a rally. There were no negotiations scheduled for Saturday. You are a liar.
Right, let's just hang on.
There's a video of him walking out this afternoon giving a press conference. It's on videotape.
And then we went back to the talks.
Yeah, having said the strike's going to go ahead.
You are a liar.
OK, well, let's just...
go ahead.
And you're a liar.
Let's just
video.
You're a liar. We were back at the talks this afternoon. We've just left them, and your Network Rail managers delivered statutory redundancy.
This guy's face is so punchable.
That clip was interesting because it was a good example of something. Our media is dominated by people from a narrow class and by others who've learned to play by their rules. One rule is you don't call people liars live on air.
Yeah.
It's just not gentlemanly. The media is usually full of people who are in fact chums, pretending politely to be enemies. Journalists don't relate to British politicians as lying scum.
You're a liar,
Sigma
Grandson.
Well-meaning people. But like a sudden bolt, a worker gets on camera who knows his class are like aliens to these people, and he refuses to play by their rules. The RMT is at war with a government actively intervening in this dispute to keep pay down. It's a class war, of course. The Tories want to fight inflation on the backs of the poor. Here we see in all its glory from Mick Lynch actual contempt, the contempt that many of us feel for the ruling elite and the people who enable them. Let's go to another clip. On the first morning of the strikes, Kay Burley pretended to interview Mick Lynch.
The government is saying that they are going to bring in agency workers. My question to you is, I'm guessing that some of your members will still stay on the picket lines. What will they do if agency workers try to cross those picket lines?
Well, we will picket them. What do you think we'll do? We run a picket line and we'll ask them not to go to work. Do you not know how a picket line works?
What if they do anyway? I very much know how a picket line works. I'm much older than I look, Mr. Lynch. What will picketing involve?
Well, you can see what picketing involves. I can't believe this line of questioning. Picketing is standing outside the workplace to try and encourage people who want to go to work not to go to work. What else do you think it involves?
And what if they want... Well, I just wondered what else it might involve, because I very well remember...
I just love how he doesn't play these games.
Where are you going with your...
Mr. Lynch. I'm asking you what your members would do, Mr. Lynch.
Which picket lines are you talking
about?
The
miners' strikes. Miners' strike.
Yeah. Well, does it look like the miners' strike? What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't, Mr. Lynch, and I'm just asking, just to clarify. I'm just trying to clarify. No, Mr. Lynch, and I'm sorry if you feel the need to ridicule me, but I'm just asking you what you expect your members to do.
Your questions
if agency
are
workers
verging into the nonsense.
I'm asking you
as effectively as we can.
And what does that involve?
Look, there it is. That's what it involves.
So you won't stop agency workers crossing the picket line.
We will try to stop agency workers crossing the picket line by asking them not to go to work. What is it you're suggesting we will do?
I love it. He's like, spell it out for me.
I'm just asking you. I'm trying to clarify for the benefit of the British public who are being stopped from travelling around the country, Mr. Lynch. I'm just trying to clarify exactly what your members would do. Ask politely. Thank you for...
I'm replying to you politely.
To answer the question. OK, Mr. Lynch.
I've answered the question about 6 times. If there are people trying to cross the picket line, we ask them not to cross it.
I'm asking questions on behalf of my viewers this morning, Mr. Lynch. I'm very sorry if you find it offensive.
Burley wants to plant...
This is legend. Legendary behavior. The contrast between the two of them is so great. Yeah, it's just, and I think that's the framework that's interesting, is that people in the media are just not used to talking to people that aren't playing this bullshit game. They're not part of the kayfabe where they're pretending to yell at each other. Meanwhile, they all went to the same private schools. They all hang out in the same circles. They're all part of the same kind of weird, rotten elite mass that controls mainstream thought. And when someone shows up who's not part of that little clique and has no interest in being part of that clique, it's amazing the way that he just refuses to go along with any of the bullshit that like anyone else usually would. Will you please tell me about the violence you're planning to commit? Yeah, exactly. It's really amazing. No, it's trying to make him mad too, that's right. He's trying to get him to give an angry answer and he just doesn't give a shit. Yeah. If they can get him like admitting he's a Marxist, getting flustered, getting annoyed, being angry, then they've got ammunition they can use to smear the whole movement and be like, look, we've got an angry radical communist who wants to destroy the government. He's screaming at our female journalists for telling the truth, and they'd be able to frame it like that. He just refuses to give into it. Refuses to give them one small soundbite or clip they can spin to their advantage. Yeah, he's not going on the defense. Like, we talk about that all the time, Zach, right? Not always being on the defense and doing the Chad yes. You know? The Chad yes is so powerful. We need more media trained people like that in the labor movement. Absolutely. And that's why it's so great that these clips are going viral, because I hope other movements and other influential people can kind of get this message. Oh, I did see the thing where he talks about James Connolly as well. That's great. Yeah, he's a classic trade union socialist. Yeah. I did see that clip. Do you have that? Do you have that clip, Dax? Let's look at that. Oh, I can probably find it. Here we go. I'm being lazy and getting my poor chatters to do my research for me.
Your political hero?
James Connolly.
James Connolly?
Do you know who James Connolly is? He was an Irish socialist Republican. And he educated himself and he started non-sectarian trade unionism in Ireland. And he was a hero of the Irish Revolution.
So he is your hero? No,
He's a hero.
What about who's your political hero?
It is based. Yeah. It's really cool to see this stuff. Did you do the I don't even know your name clip? Yeah, we've been looking at this the last couple of days. So I'm pretty sure we watched that one as well. And like, you know, we were talking about Starmer and the Labour Party and everything. That's the fucking amazing thing, is that the Labour Party they're not even able to like see which way the winds are blowing on this and just give full-throated support to Mick and to these striking rail workers. They can't even, the fucking Labour folks, the Labour Party, they can't figure this out. They can't figure out this basic framework. Oh shit, this looks like it might be kind of popular. Maybe we should support these striking workers. And they can't even fucking do that. That's how absolutely pathetic it is. Yeah, Brits when they hear about Irish heroes. Yeah. What? Anyway. I would like to see some kind of a new party in the UK. I don't know. But like I said, as much as I love Corbyn, they make some serious mistakes, I think. And as much as I love the guy, I don't know if he's got the gene, the toughness gene, that you need to destroy your enemies. You know? You need to be able to go ruthlessly crush your enemies. And Corbyn just didn't have that sauce. He was too much of a sweet dude.
Jenny Chapman.
Keir Starmer made it clear that for the shadow cabinet, and it was not helpful for us to be on the picket line, and he's absolutely right. We shouldn't be putting ourselves in
the
positions
Labour
that make
Party.
this worse. We are.
No, we shouldn't be on
every day.
Of course, the Labour Party shouldn't be on the picket line. That's just absurd. Fucking unbelievable. Unbelievably useless people. Some of the most useless people I've ever seen. To be fair, Corbyn had too many enemies inside the party for him to get very far. Well, that's why he should have purged them. King of Barbies, that's exactly my point. Corbyn should have purged them with extreme prejudice. Day one. Purged all the Blairites out of the party. As extremely Stalinistly. The Labour Party can't be seen supporting Labour. That's how these people think. Incredibly useless people.
Trying to make lives better for our constituents.
All right, well, let's
we
put
want
that
to be in government.
Well, let's see if
We
Mick
don't want
Lynch
to be a pressure
agrees
group.
with you.
Maybe life would be better for your constituents if they went through a strike and raised their wages through their labor activity. Perhaps your support would help them in this endeavor, despite not being part of the government, lady. Perhaps the Labour Party should support these striking workers, and maybe being involved some way in the process of securing them better wages. Perhaps that would be a smart political decision from the Labour Party.
What do you say to what you just heard from Jenny Chapman in terms of what the Labour Party's position is towards these strikes?
Well, the Labour Party was founded by the trade unions. In fact, it was founded by my trade union, the original resolution. So that's ironic, because we're not affiliated. And one of the reasons we're not affiliated is because Labour politicians since Blair have not identified with working class people. And failing to do that is one of the problems they've got in working class communities. And they've left the door open to populists and others to come into the situation. The Labour Party is about supporting working people, or it should be, not triangulating from opinion makers such as the Daily Mail and the Telegraph and the Times. So they've got to sort out their identity, and they've got
Zero
to come
lies
up with
detected.
policies that are going to relieve working class poverty, are going to give us a stable workplace with good conditions and good minimum standards. That's what the Labour Party should be about. I welcome anyone that wants to join us on our picket lines and show us messages of support.
All right. Well,
if Keir Starmer can't do that, that's a problem for him, not for us.
Jenny?
But Keir Starmer wants to be Prime Minister. And in order to get that job, he needs to show that he's the sort of person who wants to resolve these kinds of disputes. And actually, Mick, you don't know anything about my background or my community or where I come from. So
I can't even see you. I don't even know who you are. So there you go.
Well, there you go. So, don't tell me who I am and whether or not I'm working class or what, any of those sorts of things.
I didn't tell you you weren't working class. I don't even know your name.
Don't tell me I'm not working class. I'm just a shadow cabinet minister for the Labour Party on here on national media, making the case why the Labour Party doesn't want to support your labor union in your labor dispute. And he literally did the Thanos move. She's also a baroness. Oh, good. Okay. Don't tell me who I am right after being told he doesn't know who she is. Fucking amazing. You can't tell landed gentry they aren't working class anymore. woke because of woke culture. Unbelievable. These woke working class, these woke trade unionists stepping all over the salt of the earth working class baronesses. Unbelievable. Sad state of affairs. Horrible. Honestly, English politics is a fucking shambles. Well, it is. That's why it's been entertaining to see these clips. If the Labour Party was being led by someone that had this kind of attitude, they would be in much better position now. His face right now in the pause screen should be an emote. It's pretty good. the freeze frame is good. No, I know. It really ended up going somewhere good with that. Pretty amazing stuff. Nas thinks she too is working class. That's right. He's going to come up with like the dialectic synthesis that explains why he's actually the elitist and she's the working class working class journalist. Too many Paul Masons in labor. It's a good example actually of what I wanted to talk about also. I got to go in a couple minutes to school, but there's this guy as well. While we're talking about British politics and media and stuff, the British left is so dismal because it's dominated by people like this. George Monbiot. George Monbiot, who has done, like when I first saw his work, he's done some great stuff about climate. He's very passionate about climate and making the link between capitalism and driving the climate crisis. But then when you dig it, he's also very passionate. Wouldn't you know it? He's very, very passionate about foreign policy as well. He's very, very passionate about foreign policy. And as much as he likes to rage against capitalism and capitalism causing the climate crisis and talking about how we need to overthrow capitalism, as the moment foreign policy comes up, lo and behold, folks like George Monbiot are just like bending over backwards to stand with the establishment and the national security state to go and support all their endeavors in Syria, in Libya, and anywhere else. Good, Mr. Monbiot, perfectly compatible with our vision. That's right. This barrage of lethal disinformation. He's on, of course, as all of these motherfuckers are, they're on the disinformation kick, right? All these guys amplifying the falsehoods of two of the bloodiest rulers on earth, Bashar al-Assad and Vladimir Putin, is how few people in rich nations sought to confront it. And again, what is this disinformation? It's literally just questioning these Zizek useful as well. Exactly. Could also be many NDP MPs, of course. And what is this disinformation? It's people saying, like, it's people like our friend Rania Khalek who have come on and been like, yeah, I don't think that the United States national security establishment or British intelligence should be like arming and funding extremist groups in Libya and Syria. And it's actually a bad thing to be supporting that. That's the big disinformation that they're so scared about, right? Again, I talked a moment ago, but the Manchester bombing and the many links between the bomber in that case and British intelligence who have been operating in Libya and Syria, and how he went to get training. I believe it was in Libya he went to. Trained with the Libyan militia after NATO overthrew Libya. This guy trains in militia with these jihadists, obviously being trained as well by British intelligence who were part of that operation. And then he comes back, wouldn't you know it, comes back to the UK and commits a horrific terrorist attack in his home country. What do you know? But George Monbiot are still very, very, people like George Monbiot are still very concerned with this disinformation of people that are whitewashing the criminality of Bashar al-Assad. Oh no, and Putin. There's so much Putin propaganda floating around out there. Same kind of stuff that's making young people not like Joe Biden. Really scary. And this is the amazing thing. These motherfuckers try to use left-wing language to stand with NATO, to stand with British intelligence, to stand with the United States intelligence community and the national security establishment. These people bend over backwards to use left-wing language to lecture us all about why that's the correct position, is to support the CIA and MI6 and all these vile fucking intelligence agencies as they arm and fund and train these rotten people to destabilize and overthrow governments they don't like. And then he says but they used left-wing language to explain this to people. Many who should have known better either stood by while these imperialist conspiracy theories were spread far and wide, even worse, repeated them. Remember, were spread far and wide, or even worse, repeated them. Remember, this is a guy who's using this opportunity and using his platform to encourage people to stand with the United States national security establishment and British intelligence and Western imperialism. As we know, because we're not brain dead children, as we know, by far and away the dominant global imperialist power that has military bases all across the world, hundreds of military bases, that has economic dominance over the entire world, that has enforced its specific version of neoliberal capitalism, has enforced it at gunpoint on the developing world, and put down with extreme fucking prejudice every single organic movement to push back against that for now generations. This man is sitting here trying to encourage us to stand with those people, to stand alongside Western imperialism. And he's using that as an argument to talk about these, what he calls imperialist conspiracy theories, which suggest that it's a bad thing to arm and fund and train reactionary jihadist groups to overthrow dictators that we don't like. That's breaking my brain. How else can we stop? We're stopping Syrian imperialism, the imperialist conspiracy theories. He's literally lining up behind NATO, the CIA, and MI6. Fucking humiliating. It's so fucking annoying, people. That then this is exactly why people like George Monbiot end up with national media platforms and get to make their little documentaries and get to write their little articles about the climate and capitalism. That's why, because they happen to hold these kinds of views. And if he actually had correct foreign policy analysis, if he actually stood against imperialism, Western imperialism, which we all know, once again, is the dominant imperialist power in the world with zero comparison. No one else even comes close. If he took the correct stance on that, he wouldn't have his platform to talk about these things. The reason he does have this platform is because he has these kinds of views. And he gets elevated because he's not a threat to the establishment, because, as you can see, he stands with the establishment. Where despite all his language about revolutionary this and that, or talking about capitalism, whatever, he still, when it matters, sides with the establishment in the UK and America. And he encourages people to support these powerful, violent, depraved imperialist powers, and then frames any opposition to that as being Putin disinformation and pro-imperial. It's Syrian and Russian imperialists, I guess. Complete lack of understanding of what any of these concepts mean. And this is pretty much for the mainstream left, for people that like identify as like actually being a socialist or whatever, for the mainstream left, this is like I think an example of the foreign policy views that many of these people hold. I got to go for a few minutes, okay? I'm going to go for a few minutes. I'll come back in take a short break. I'll come back and we'll finish up. Hopefully we'll get closer to the sub goal. I think we can do it. I'm going to stick around another little bit, but I just have to go for like 5-10 minutes.
peoples of the world today are ready to fight America. They're ready to fight America not because they're tired of what America has been doing and has been doing to them. They're ready to fight America because they've been inspired by the heroic people of Vietnam who defeated American imperialism before the eyes of the world. Peoples of the world stand uncompromising. I want to give you one last example to show you why you must fight against capitalism and for socialism. I live in Guinea. Guinea is a little country in West Africa. We're not a very rich
I'll be
country,
back soon, folks. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Continent in the world. We know that. That's why it's so important for Africans the world over to fight for her. Africa, being the richest continent in the world, once properly organized, will be the most powerful continent on the face of the earth. Africa's rich. In Guinea, the little part of Guinea where I live, little part of Africa where I live, 1/3 of the world's bauxite is to be found there. 1/3. I'm not speaking of the diamonds that are to be found in Guinea. I'm not speaking of the iron ore to be found in Guinea. I'm just speaking about the bauxite alone. Because if you come to my country now, you'll find that my brothers and sisters, their shirts are torn, their pants are tattered. Oh, if you look at, we make some sandals in Guinea and they're made of plastic, they break every 2 weeks. We make some matches and sometimes it takes you 5 before you get one lit. Oh, our level of production is very low. We're not worried about that. We understand the problem. That's a result of ruthless European imperialism, particularly French. Yeah, so we understand the problem. We're going to get there, we're going, that's no problem. But if you come to my country in Guinea, where our level of production is very low, where we don't have enough doctors to take care of our people, where we don't even have enough medicine to give it to our people on a mass basis, where our level of scientific achievement in the field of medicine is very low. If you come to my country in Guinea, if you're the lowliest peasant in the most remote part of the bush, if you are sick, a doctor must take care of you free of charge. The government pays your salary free of charge. I live in Guinea. I come to America often, and when I come to America, I'm afraid to get sick.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I hear Ture. I sub.
The system in America is so backwards that doctors who take a Hippocratic oath to help the sick organize themselves and under conflict of interest send a lobby to Congress and tell the Congress of the United States, you better not give socialized medicine to the poor people. We want to be able to exploit them too. Leave them. When they're sick, let them come to us. We too must be able to get some profits and squeeze from the poor and the sick. It's a combination of the logical spectrum of vicious and stupid. The difference is clear, crystal clear. In Guinea, the young man and the young woman going to medical school understands properly the value system of the country. He and she knows that they are going to school to serve mankind. Thus, whatever knowledge they possess, whatever knowledge they get, will be put to the benefit of man. In America, a student going to school for medicine is going to school to make money. Thus, the student becomes a doctor, he tries to make as much as he can. This backward system must be fought. You must fight against it. The question is, I touched briefly on a one-party system. Could I expand a little? And what stops a one-party system from defining the aspirations of the people? From defining its own aspirations at the expense of the people. Well, now, if you believe that the only interest is the building of the nation and the serving of the people, the one-party system is a mass party. But you must understand the difference between political parties and mass parties. A mass party is a party that affects every aspect of life of the individual in the society. I think the only example that I can allude to in America is, well, two examples. One is the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, which we helped to organize in 1964, and then the second one was an offshoot of that, which was the Lowndes County Freedom Party, and Lowndes County, the first Black Panther Party in this country. Those parties, for example, in the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, it wasn't just a question of organizing the people politically for vote, but inside the party we had farmer cooperatives, inside the party we had liberation schools, inside the party we had literacy classes, inside the party we had health classes, nurse care, which rendered services to the people, so that every aspect of the life of the people is tied into the mass party. Thus the people are a much stronger vehicle, and they're not just called upon to vote every 4 years or every 7 years, etc., etc. And this alone is built in to have the people participating in the party. For example, in Guinea, we have a party, it's the Democratic Party of Guinea, or in French, the Parti Démocratique du Guinée. And in our party, everybody is armed. That alone will keep the leadership. That alone. Yes. Everybody is armed, and we're armed by the government. The government gives us guns. The government teaches us how to use the guns. Anytime the government betrays the people, two questions. One is, we should please shed some light on Israel. First question. Second question, did Nkrumah really die of cancer? Well, let's say in the second question, Nkrumah is dead. On the first question, the question of Israel now becomes a very important question. One we must deal with properly and understand correctly. Israel is an illegal, immoral, and unjust Zionist state. Illegal, immoral, and unjust. Of course, I have to say that because I'm an African. Egypt is my land, and Israel is occupying my land. So that I couldn't be supporting Israel. And while there are many Jewish people who are born in America and have never seen Israel, they can support Israel, then I certainly can support Africa, especially since it's obvious and evident that Africa is my land when you look at me. And when you look at them, it's not so sure that Israel is their land. I say that it's an illegal, immoral, and unjust state because in 1916, Lord Balfour ceded the land to a group of Zionists. Lord Balfour, being a British imperialist, had no right to give the land of the Palestinian people to a handful of Zionists. I say it's an illegal, immoral, and unjust state. I say it's an illegal, immoral, and unjust state because in order for the Palestinian people to leave their land, they were driven off by the most barbaric and terroristic acts that man has ever seen, led by the Stern Gang. Yes. I say it's an illegal, immoral, and unjust state because since 1967, the world body, the United Nations, has been asking the unjust, immoral, illegal Zionist state of Israel to withdraw, and she has refused, defying worldwide opinion. I say it's an illegal, immoral, and unjust state because the land occupied by Zionism belonged to the people of Palestine. It's their land. And knowing that it's an illegal, immoral, and unjust state, I understand it cannot succeed. The just peoples of Palestine will get their land back. I have no alternative but to support the people of Palestine. I have no alternative but to fight against Israel. It's my enemy because it's occupying my land, Egypt. Egypt is in Africa. I am an African. That is my land. They must be pushed off my land, and they will be pushed off my land. The only two countries that support Israel are the United States of America and South Africa. Yes. Well, justice is objective. And in order to deal with justice, we must be objective. There can be no sentimentality. The land belongs to the people of Palestine. The land belongs to the people of Palestine. And the people of Palestine must get their land back. I can only get you one at a time now. One at a time. Correct.
What I see is that there are 3.5 million people who also occupy the land of Palestine. You can't kill that.
Yes.
So there must be something else.
Are you sure you cannot? Are you sure you cannot? Well, if you look at these 3.5 million people, all they do is expand, 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 gobble up more land, gobble up more. I'm gonna try. I understand that they're very emotional about the problem, but I'm just as emotional because Egypt is my land. You understand? But I'm less emotional because I know we're gonna win. So I'm not even worried about it. Germany, under Hitler, is purported to have killed X million of Jews. Let me finish. I said X million. It killed some. I don't think it killed 6, but let's say it killed 6. All right, let's say it killed 6. Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Hitler lost the war. According to war, to the victors belong the spoil. Since Hitler lost the war, let the Jews take the land from Germany. Why come to Palestine when the Arabs have done nothing to you and take the land from the Arabs? Why? The taking of that land is for one reason and one reason only, an extension of imperialism. And so these 3.5 million people who are there to carry out the wishes of imperialism. I am totally, thoroughly, completely in thought, word, and action against imperialism. Those who support it, there is no sentimentality in my decision to destroy them. Let's do that.
People of the world didn't destroy themselves over a piece of land to share it. Would you be able to
The question is, shouldn't it be better if the people share the land and live like brothers? I have no disagreement with that, except that first the Palestinians must get the land back. Then they must decide what tradition and what type of system they want, and those who own their land must live under their tradition, their culture, and their system. It is the only just solution. I will not let somebody come into my house, drive me out my house, and then later come back and tell me, well, you can come in the house and we can share the house together. No, you get out of my house first. I beg your pardon? You want to do that for your part? No, well, Africa is my land. It's my house. It's my home. I've got to get it back, all of it. I've got to push the Portuguese into the sea in Mozambique and Angola. I've got to push them into the sea in Guinea-Bissau. I've got to push the European settlers in the south of my continent into the sea, and I've got to push those on the north of my continent into the sea.
Hello. Hello. Hello, folks. I'm back. I'm back. Took a little break. Bolden, thank you for the 10 months resub of tier 1. Thank you, Bolden. I appreciate that. Thank you. And we're just a few generous chatters away. A few generous chatters could get us to the sub goal. We're so close. I can almost taste it. How was that little, that was fun, leaving that on, right? That was a nice little, interesting little, very hastily curated audio-visual experience there. Yeah, I brought my kid home. He's just finished his last day of school. Finished his last day of school today, folks. No more school for the little guy.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, Tyler Madsen. Heck yeah. Thank you very much, Tyler. I appreciate it. Yeah, last day of school. Pretty proud of this little guy. I was just singing that, Red Wizard. I was just singing it on the way back. Finally getting rid of that liberal communism gulag. That's right. They're indoctrinating him with all kinds of weird liberal ideology. He managed to escape. I've read reports that they're doing some kind of gender there. I need to investigate further. I think there may be a gender happening now, which is very concerning to me. Very, very concerning. Let me just, I'll just let this video play. We can watch, since I put on this TRRS speech, it's just on for another like 6 minutes. So I'll keep playing that. Then after that's over, we'll chit chat some more and finish up. Back in the Diet Coke mines.
I don't see why you get excited. It's a question of what's just and what's unjust. Let's deal with what's just and what's unjust. Is it just for European Jews, Zionists, to take the land of the Palestinian people, to kick them off the land, to use terrorism, the worst means of terrorism, to drive 2 million people off the land within a short period of time so they can take the land under the lying slogans of a land without people for a people without land? Is that just?
I actually like, this wasn't really intentional on my part. It wasn't really intentional on my part. I was just putting on a TRRS speech. I wasn't totally sure of the subject matter, but this was entirely accidental, but I do think it's interesting seeing that this scenes of like suburban America playing out over the conversation about Zionism, which of course can allows us to make the link between Zionism and settler colonialism. You know, and how all of U.S. is like, it's American Zion. It's the exact same process of theft and expropriation and colonialism and terrorism. It's the exact same process that we're seeing play out in Israel, Palestine in real time. The exact same process that built this country in America and Canada.
Oh, I know. You are saying that the land originally belongs to the Israelis. And your basis for that is the Bible, which is nothing but Jewish lyrical mythology and poetry.
Manifest Destiny. Lebensbraum. It's all the same thing. It belongs to us. That's the point. That's the point behind all these things.
Come now.
Okay, they're imperialists, they're capitalists. Okay, we have to fight against imperialists and capitalists. Also in Israel are Sephardic Jews from Ethiopia, Sephardic Jews from Iraq.
Understood.
Sephardic Jews who lived in Palestine before the Ashkenazi Jews, before the imperialist Jews came in.
Who are now oppressed by these.
Is the proper analysis is that you eliminate the Zionist imperialist state, eliminate the Zionist imperialist.
That's what I said.
Right, okay, but that doesn't involve the genocide of 3.5 million people.
Yeah, how were those Ethiopian Jews treated? I'm sure very well.
I said the Zionist state of Israel is illegal, immoral, and unjust. I said European Jews, Zionists, came to take over the land and now control the land. These Zionists are the ones who must be defeated and that state dismantled.
Okay.
Oh, I do!
All right. Okay. We now resume our regular programming. No, he did not stutter. No, he did not. And it's amazing how he had the correct take. What was this, 73, this speech? This was 1973 at Antioch College. And he had the exact correct analysis, the exact correct line in 1973. And it's been 50 years, and the argument hasn't changed. And all the squishiness and all the people that have given space for Zionism and talked about a two-state solution and done this kind of both sides language about conflict and stuff. Despite that, 50 years since this speech, and the line has not changed. None of the efforts to kind of sound progressive on this that ultimately just end up backing up the same settler colonialist project have meant anything, have slowed it down at all. None of the dialogue, none of the discourse. This project has just continued unabated. The violence has continued unabated. He was 100% correct all the way back in 1973. He was demonized for it then, and you still get demonized for holding this stance today. And it's still correct. It was correct in 1973. It's correct in 2022, going on 23. The same line. But when you say you're pro-Palestine, it kind of sounds like you think Israel shouldn't exist. Yes. Yes, that's right. That's correct. That's absolutely correct. Remember, like I've told people this before, but remember when elected officials here in the West, in Canada, or the US, or anywhere else talk about Israel-Palestine, no matter how progressive they try to sound, no matter how much they try to suggest that they care about Palestinian human rights, when they say the words two-state solution, that is just, they get lumped into the same category correctly because they're still Zionists. That's still, saying two-state solution is still the Zionist position. It's the pro-Zionist position, which, as we all know, there's never going to be a two-state solution in Israel-Palestine. Everyone knows this. It's never going to happen. The decades and decades of these illegal settlements being built is the ultimate example of that. There's no two-state solution. It will never happen. There's no such thing. It's a nothing phrase. It's a thought-terminating phrase that indicates that I'm a liberal, progressive type person, and I wish to stop talking about this subject now. That's what it means to say two-state solution. There's never going to be a two-state solution. The decades of settlements have seen to that. And if you just go and ask people in Israel about this, whether they support a two-state solution, they do not. They don't support it. The Israeli government doesn't support it. They have no interest in a two-state solution. They have interest in a one-state solution. It's a political get-out-of-jail-free card for liberals. That's right. Yeah. We have two states currently not going well. Well, that's not even true, though, because the Palestinians don't have a state. They don't have a state. Like when the Great March of Return was going on, which you can see in excruciating detail in Abby Martin's documentary, Gaza Fights for Freedom. When that was going on, and Israel just gave themselves the perpetual right to just shoot at anybody that came close to this fence in Gaza, and they would refer to it as though they're rushing the border fence. They're rushing the border fence. We have to protect ourselves. But when they say there's no border. There's no border fence in Gaza because there's no two states. They don't have a state. It would be a border if they had a state, which they do not. So you can't protect a border with brutal violence that doesn't exist. Because those fence, it's not a border fence, it's a prison fence. It's an open-air prison system that Gazans are trapped in perpetually. They don't have a border because there's no state. And I know you know that, Moist Owl. I'm not trying to pick on you or anything, but that always just really struck out to me, this kind of dichotomy about the border fence in Gaza. There's no border, though. And they have perpetual right to just murder with total impunity. No matter who. Journalists, nurses, disabled people, kids. They can just shoot whoever they want. Not even murder them with sniper bullets, but deliberately dismember them in their joints and stuff so they're permanently disabled. They claim the perpetual right to do this, and they engage in that kind of violence. And they justify it by claiming they're defending a border. But it's not a border. There's no border because they don't have a state. They average an Uvalde amount of children every month and a half. And we all saw the big international outcry over the assassination of Shireen Abu Akleh the other day, a few weeks ago. And we had all kinds of people, all kinds of prominent Zionists demanding accountability, like Anthony Blinken and all these different elected officials who love to lecture people about press freedom, who use press freedom as the yardstick to determine who has an actual democracy or who lives in this authoritarian dictatorship. They use press freedom as this barometer to judge this. And then, they don't invite countries to the Summit of the Americas because their lack of support for press freedom. And you had all these exact people making all these kinds of statements about the Israel just openly targeting and assassinating this journalist and demanding accountability and demanding there's some kind of investigation. And then like where's that? What's going on with that now? What's going on with that? Where's that investigation going? Is Anthony Blinken still talking about this? Are they pressuring like the Israeli ambassador? Are they doing anything to suggest that they're going to stop endlessly funding and arming the Israelis while they carry this stuff out? Of course not. All that outrage was just completely hollow. Really pathetic shit. Extremely pathetic shit, folks. You want to hear a nice word salad?
Gustavo Petro is a leftist, so that is the first leftist in, I think, in Colombian history, the former rebel. Last year we had also leftist candidates win the presidency in Chile, Peru, Honduras. We'll probably have Lula da Silva coming back and so on. In your view, is that a repudiation of U.S. policy toward the
Is this huge wave of left-leaning electoral victories in Central and South America, is that possibly a repudiation of U.S. policy? It certainly seems that way to me. Let's hear the answer.
South America?
These are the sovereign decisions of voters within sovereign countries. I don't think it is in any way a reflection of American policy. I think the point that we heard repeatedly during the Summit of the Americas, and something that applies equally to all countries across the globe, is the challenge that all of our countries face. And that is seeing to it that our fellow democracies can deliver for our people. And I think whether it's Colombia, whether it's Brazil, whether it's Israel, whether it's France, whether it's anywhere around the world,
very democratic.
Around the world, where we have free and fair democratic elections, people are expressing
My goodness. Well, this has been a productive day of streaming, hasn't it? We ranted about Joe Biden. I talked about my beef that I've been having, my burgeoning beef with certain other Twitch streamers, or former Twitch streamers who I defended because I'm a principled person. Defended when they were removed from this platform. Got a little beef, Quinn. A little beef. Been lurking and working all day. Thanks for a great stream. Of course, Doc. Thank you. Folks, I'm close to the goal. I'm close to the sub goal. This is the last stream of the week. I will be back on Monday. We're just 2 or 3 generous chatters could get this show across the finish line. This show we've been carried most of the day by Don Dark Zoni. He was incredibly generous. Don Dark Zoni gifted a bunch of subs today.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness gracious, Don Dark Zoni. I was just talking about how Don Dark Zoni has been carrying everything the whole day, and maybe it's time. Maybe someone else should be able to step up here to get across the finish line. And then once again, Don Dark Zoni. Again, Don Dark Sony, thank you for the 8 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you. And for all the support. Very much appreciated. Absolutely carried the whole channel today. Carried the channel on his back like Michael Jordan in the flu game. It's against the rules to buy any more subs now. Well, I mean, we don't need to get too hasty. We don't need to get too hasty. I mean, if anyone else wanted to subscribe, I mean, that's still a possibility for the next couple of minutes. I'm not going to tell people not to. Don is blowing through his Twitch budget, obviously, yeah. Don't look at Gift Zoni in the Don. You never do that. One of the classic blunders. First and foremost, has never started a land war in Asia, but only slightly less well known as this.
Push the fucking thing, man! Let me push the fucking thing, man! Don't tow it away on me, cost me money! I don't have any money, dude! I'm broke, man! My life sucks! I understand that. You're making it worse!
Okay, I understand that, sir. But
no, you don't!
The vehicle is getting towed tonight, okay? So you need
God damn, you all fucking suck!
Okay.
You all fucking suck!
Okay, are you
suck?
Are you done with that?
Bad!
I just have to write
You suck! You're not nice! You're not cordial! You don't give a fuck about people like... Let me push the fucking thing, man!
Hell yeah. Me wanting to give more subs to Rob. That's right. Yeah. I'm often saying that Rob is ruining my life on opposite day. Didn't watch the second half. Did you see AMLO call for pardon of Assange and played U.S. war crimes to Mexican media? I did see that AMLO played the video. AMLO is really like not fucking around right now. Not fucking around at all. And you do love to see it. At least I do. Did you see? Yeah, I did see the oops all Rob's cursed image, and I will not be looking at that at this time on the stream. I've embarrassed myself enough lately. I've humiliated myself enough. Thank you, G Clippy, for the 69 friend coins. It does help. Yes, it does. Even when you just throw a fistful of friend coin at me and make me, if this is the Twitch version of as if you just threw a handful of change on the street and just had me like on my hands and knees in the dirt, like getting each individual coin, putting it into a little sack while you laugh at me. Pathetic. Look at this guy. Just like scraping up all the coins. Good, that was my intention. That is correct. Yeah, okay, excellent.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
A real Ralph Klein moment, that's right. Thank you, Moss World. Thanks for the gifted sub. Better than having to show thigh. I did show a lot of thigh yesterday. Thank you, Moss World. I appreciate it. And I'm not streaming tomorrow, and so I am making up a little bit. I'm making up a little bit of lost subbage action. I appreciate that, Moss World. Very, very kind of you. Once again, folks, I'll remind you, if you like the shirt that I'm currently wearing, the name of this show is The Rob Rousseau Show, aka TRRS. Even though I feel like TRRS is not even really an acronym anymore. It's just kind of like a... It's ascended beyond that. Whatever this is, whatever this community is, it's grown to encompass all of it. However, if you do like the show that I'm wearing, if you do like the shirt that I'm wearing, the TRRS shirt that I'm currently wearing, you can also purchase TRRS merch. It is on sale right now. It is on sale at the link in the chat, the TeePublic link. The shirt sale is through the weekend. I actually don't know.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob.
I don't think so. Actually, I think just over the next day. I think at the end of Friday, it's over. Thank you, Outrun, for the gifted sub. I'm not acknowledging the name. But thank you, Outrun. I don't smell bad at all. Actually, I'm a good smelling person. But okay. You would not believe how many Rob accounts there are on Twitch. There seem to be quite a lot. Yeah. Seems to be. You smell lovely. You know this. That's right. I do know this. Gonna get the shirt today. Good. I think I'm gonna get another shirt as well. I'm still waiting for my one to come in. It's weird. It's taking a really long time, and I don't totally know why. Actually, I'd like to get your feedback, chat. I'd like to get your feedback on this. Because I got one of these shirts. I got one of these Rousseau Institute for Western Destabilization shirts. I believe I got this one.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob
I got this pink version. But I wanted to get one of the other Rousseau Institute designs. This one, I was wondering what color I should go with here. I didn't want to do red.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, G Cluppy, for gifting a sub to Rob Smells Nice. Thank you, G Cluppy. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, Fart Party 69, for gifting a sub to Bussy Fartballs 8352. The red is pretty sick, but I feel like I have enough red shirts. I feel like I don't, and I ordered a red hoodie as well. So I don't know if I want the red shirt. My Steely Dan shirt is red. I was thinking maybe yellow. What about this? Let me hear your thoughts. This is what I was thinking about. I was thinking about yellow or orange, like this. Maybe even this like more brighter. I guess if I have one pink one, I shouldn't get another pink one. I'm thinking orange or yellow. That's what I'm leaning towards. Got a couple of oranges. Orange. Yeah. Okay. Some people like the pink. The pink is nice, but since I just ordered one like that pink, I don't think I want another one like that. I think that's too similar. I'm leaning towards orange. Perhaps I'll even purchase it right now. Perhaps I'll purchase it. Well, listen, I won't look at... You don't need to look at my, like, info, my credit card info. Obviously, I will add it to my cart right now. I am purchasing this shirt right now. And you, too. Just use the company card. Oh, thank you, Mr. Cypher, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to be getting that one, though. And if you want to purchase one of these shirts as well, you can do so for the next 10 hours. Still on sale. Act now. Look for a Fidel shirt on there while you're at it. I do want to get a Korean Workers' Party shirt as well. How's the fit on those bad boys? Normal? I mean, a large fits like this is a large for me. This is a large. And like I'm a pretty big boy. You know, it's pretty snug, but it fits me pretty well. The quality of these shirts is actually quite good. How tall are you? I'm about 5'11", I would say. I would like to just say 6 feet, but I don't. I think ultimately if I measured myself, I'm not 6 feet. I'm close, but I don't think it would be accurate for me to suggest that I would be 6 foot. No, I'm not 5'6". Not that there's anything wrong with being 5'6". I love and support and respect all short kings out there. To be 100% clear, in my mind, you're 6'2". Thank you, Kijiji. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I really like my Momo shirt a lot. It's super comfy and nice looking. I really do as well. And once again, thanks so much to Outrun and to Old Dutch for the designs. Really cool designs. And we got some more coming as well. We got some more designs coming as well, which I'm excited about. I'm going to test a Rob being 5'11". It says so in his file. That's right, and they don't mess around on those. Thanks, folks. Thanks again. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it a lot. This was fun. It was a fun one. See y'all in the Discord server. Great stream today, Rob. My legs feel great. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you. I had wanted to set up a Top Gun viewing for Saturday night, but I still don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I don't want to commit to a Top Gun viewing. Do we have any interest in Top Gun Saturday night? Is that a possibility? How would we feel about 8 p.m.? What would we feel about an 8 p.m. Eastern Top Gun viewing on Saturday evening? How do we feel about that? Because then I think at 8 I could get away with watching the movie and then doing all my dad stuff after. Probably closer to 8:15. That would also be acceptable. Why don't we tentatively say 8:15 Eastern Top Gun in the Discord server? Tentatively. Which may go in a different direction. I'll talk to you on the Discord, folks. À la prochaine.